You goddamn motherfuckers. You fucking waltz in here and you think you know everything, don't you? Well, I fucking worked my fucking ass off to get to New York City. And you, sure as fuck, are not gonna fucking blow it for me.
We're just doing characters.
Barry, Jerry, clarify the situation for him, please.
Page 108, paragraph 3, no jokes dealing with flatulence, excretion, urination, ejaculation, or other bodily functions.
Also, no paragraph 2, no use of the so-called 7 dirty words. These are cocksucker, motherfucker, fuck, shit, cunt, cock, and pussy.
Now, from now on, all your little bits are going to be under 2 minutes in duration. And all scripts, and I do mean all scripts, require my personal approval. Welcome to NBC, Howard.
66 WNBC.
It's time for the match game.
And thank you, Mr. Announcer. Hi, everybody. My name is Gene Sternburn, and welcome to Match Game. We have a lot of excitement in the air today because we have some great panelists. Let me introduce you to everybody. First of all, I want to introduce all of you to a very, very charming and beautiful lady, the very beautiful Miss Brett Summers. How are you, baby?
Hi, Gene.
Hi, Gene. That's something I don't think you have, to be honest with you.
Back off.
Okay, and let's now go over to somebody who I really admire, the ex-president of the United States, Mr. Richard Nixon.
Hello, everybody. Hello.
I'm very, very honored right now to introduce to all of you a very special man. He's come all the way to our show for the first time, Mr. Jackie, the Joke Man Martley.
Thank you, Gene. That's very nice.
All right, let's
Thank
play a
you.
game now, okay, shall we? And what we're going to do is ask you to fill in the blank, okay? Now, I want you to listen carefully. Our first clue up is blank Willow. Blank Willow. Let's go over to Miss Brett Summers right now. Now, Brett, what did you have for us? Blank Willow.
The only thing on my mind, Gene, was pussy.
Oh, pussy. All right. Hey, that's kind of wide. Pussy Willow. That's what I would have said. All right, let's go over to Dick Nixon, former president of the United States. What did you have? Blank Willow.
In any language, pussy.
All right. All right, let's go to our newest member of the panel, Mr. Jackie Jokeman Martling Blank Willow.
Well, Gene, I didn't write it too neat, so I have a sloppy pussy.
Sloppy pussy! You got a sloppy and a fuzzy pussy and a very big
Talking about bread again.
All right, now let's keep going. Now it's going to get a little rougher. Okay, everybody ready? Blank a doodle-doo. Blank a doodle-doo. Blank a doodle-doo. I'll think about that while the celebrities are writing. Here we go. Let's go over to our Dick Nixon, our own ex-president. What do you got there, Dick?
Well, it takes a dick to know a cock, and that's what I wrote. Cock-a-doodle.
Now, that's what I would have said. That seemed like the obvious answer. Okay, let's go to our own Jackie the Joke Man Martley. Jackie the Joke Man?
Gene, I have cock, and I wrote it big. I have a big cock.
I don't think you can say big cock on the radio. I think that's a no-no.
What? But I just said pussy.
Yeah, she just said pussy.
Yes, pussy is okay. It's the way he says it. Big cock coming out of your mouth sounds awfully dirty.
So I can't say big cock, but you can say big cock coming out of my mouth?
That's correct.
That sucks.
Did you just say big cock coming out of your mouth and sucks?
All right. Enough of this nonsense. We got to go to Miss Brett Summers.
Just like the boys, Gene, I've got cock.
There it is, cock. Can you do me a favor? Do me a favor and hold that up so I can see your cock. I can't.
Gene,
Okay,
don't have
all
one
right.
around.
All right, there it is. Cock, cock, cock. I must tell you, though, we have to end this fun right now. I want to thank all of you. Give yourselves a big round. Okay, let's have a little music, Phil.
You did not have permission to do that bit. I never approved that script, God damn it, Howard!
Wait a second. Calm down, okay, Kenny? Calm down. There's a perfectly good explanation.
I'm all ears, Howard. Let's hear it.
I gave the script to Fred.
And I gave it to Robin over there.
Oh, that's right. I'm sorry, Kenny. I forgot to put it in your box.
There you go. Perfectly good explanation. It'll never happen again, Kenny.
You're goddamn right. She's never going to do it again. You're fired.
What?
Gather your things together, Robin. Let's go.
Oh, wait a second, Kenny. What are you talking about? She had nothing to do with the bit. She had absolutely nothing to do with it. It was all me.
Pack up your shit. I'm not kidding. Let's go.
Kenny, you can't blame someone over one lousy bit. You can't go firing them.
Oh, yes, I can, Howard. Robin, get the fuck out!
The apes, you have spoken.
Then I hurt you when a person make you hurt inside. While she with me, I know another nigga's got a mind. Her ransom G ain't got a man, but it ain't like it used to be. Baby, tell me what the fuck they know about our love. I don't get tired, I hit the gas and you powder. Return of the Mac, babe, I work for the bag. On my turf from the man, I just purred in your cab. I took the pain and the ache when it came with it. Gave you a little taste of fame and you changed with it. They told you not to fuck with me, but you ain't listen. You used to fuck me all night, now you ain't different. I see you staring off in space like your brain missing. I used to grip on your little waist for my chain glisten. In the mirror making faces while that thing in. Come up and visit me in prison around the gang members. I love to show you off cause you're something serious. Who you be texting all the time, I'm just curious. Return of the Mac, babe, I work for the bag. On my turf from the man, I just purred in your cab. Tend to hurt you when a person make you hurt inside. Why she with me, I know another nigga got a mind. Her ransom G ain't got a man, but it ain't like it used to be. Baby, tell me what the fuck they know about our love. I don't get tired, I hit the gas, then we powder. Return of the Mac, babe, I work for the bag. On my turf from the man, I just purred in your cab. Your lip pussy feel expensive cause my teeth damn. Even ate you on your rag and I got pink damn. I'm a vampire, baby telling stories about me around the campfire. Love it when you stand in front of me and you ain't for me. Used to feel out on your booty when we out in public. Baby, tell me what the fuck they know about our love. I don't get tired, I hit the gas, then we powder. He must have told you he was about to leave his wife for you. And y'all can run off if you ever be on side of you. Thinking that the grass was green, I know you tired of it. Then he ran off with your money, nigga, lied to it. Tend to hurt you when a person make you hurt inside. Why she with me, I know another nigga got a mind. Her ransom G ain't got a man, but it ain't like it used to be. Baby, tell me what the fuck they know about our love. I don't get tired, I hit the gas, then we powder. Return of the Mac, babe, I work for the bag. On my turf from the man, I just purred in your cab. Baby, tell me what the fuck they know about our love. Baby, tell me what the fuck they know about our love. Baby, tell me what the fuck they know about our love. I'm in swaggin', pants sagging, and I'm powered up. Baby, tell me what the fuck they know about our love. Baby, tell me what the fuck they know about our love. Baby, tell me what the fuck they know about our love. Bird wanna fly, I'm a big driver, and I'm powered up. Sharing moments, I never thought you would turn on me. I really wanted you, but all you really want is surgery. Found out you still fuck with him, and baby, it hurted me. You can't be lying under oath, babe, it's perjury. We holding court, I'm convicting you of burglary. You stole my heart, then ran off, you like to murder me. I swear when I hear this shit, bitch. I swear, I'ma shit on you. Return of the Mac, bitch, I'm turned on your ass. Bought my new bird a bag while I skirt in the jag. See, I'm a giver, I got a big heart and I like to love. But most people are lovers of themselves. She tend to hurt you when a person make you hurt inside. Why she with me, I know another nigga got a mind. Her ransom G ain't got a man, but it ain't like it used to be. Baby, tell me what the fuck they know about our love. I don't get tired, I hit the gas, then we powder. Return of the Mac, babe, I work for the bag. On my turf from the man, I just purred in your cab.
Welcome, welcome, welcome. It's the blame game. Who do we have to blame today? There's a bunch of people that are going to be blamed in this episode today. It's going to be funny to go over and talk about and see where we kind of end up. So, Bleach, how are you, my good friend?
I'm sick, man. But
I'm sorry, buddy.
nah, man, it happens, but it is what it is, man. I've been dealing with they've been doing some work in my mouth. I'm getting some teeth done. I got little cavities here and there. I got a root canal as well. But other than that, man, I'm chilling, bro. It's just life. You know what I mean?
Yeah, life sucks and root canals blow. I can tell you that
Hey,
much.
man, I wouldn't say so, man. Honestly, I think that this dentist that I found, it actually made it pretty easy, man.
Well, then my dentist sucks. Cornelius, how are you, my friend?
What up, James? Good, man.
No,
Ready for the holidays.
I am ready for the holidays. We have over at my house, we have on my dad's side of the family, we have it's a 16 team beer pong tournament for the holidays, and we get a little pony keg, and we see what ends up happening. It's a fun time. D-Train, how are you, buddy? Hope you're doing well. Fafa, you good, my friend?
Oh yeah, ready
Uh,
for bed.
just ready for bed. Thank you for coming. Well, I'm going to kick off the show. Just pretty much start everything off by this debt reduction. There's been a lot of things that have been going on, especially this afternoon, where all of a sudden we were able to clear an extra 25 million, I believe, off of the debt books.
Yep.
And so, with this debt being cleared, it wasn't a part. It was a part of that 350 million share offering, correct?
I think it was
Or
separate.
350 million worth. I'm sorry.
I'm going to go with what I believe that it's separate. Actually, this would be a new filing. This is a new transaction outside of that 350 million at the money offering.
Okay, so
It is.
so it's completely separate then. So it's not. So
Yep.
did you dilute more shares then?
Yeah, it's like
Not necessarily
a
dilute.
little under 3.5 million shares that were exchanged for debt reduction. So, it's they didn't necessarily go out and put these on the market like in that program. This was more of an exchange to get rid of that debt. So basically, whoever was holding that debt, that AMC gave them shares and they took money off the debt.
So is this more? So that was leading to my next question. Do we know who possibly had the covenants that we basically took the transactional portion of this as opposed to us diluting?
The filing does not give us the information on who the counterparty it was with.
Interesting. I'm just curious as to why they're hiding some of these individual things, like
I
who's
mean,
purchasing.
yeah, I wouldn't say it's hiding. I mean, these filings are made with the SEC. The reporting
Of
is
course.
out there.
Of course, but like when we had the initial, the green shoe lending, we didn't know who purchased specific shares of what. We just know that it was four parties that were a part of that group of that lending, and they're underwriters and basically pinned up against each other to basically say who was going to buy the most amount of shares. So that's why I was curious as to who was holding the debt. Because last time I checked, if I'm not mistaken, it's Citi, and then I thought it was, no, Credit Suisse was the lead, one of the small ones. And then is it Goldman? I think it's Goldman that holds the two largest debts that AMC has. If I'm correct.
Yeah, I can't remember. This sounds familiar. Those were the counterparties listed in the at the money, but that doesn't mean that the debt is only limited to those parties either. It could be others.
No, I totally agree. I totally agree with that. Biotech, how are you, my friend? If he's there, Biotech. And Mike, how are you?
I'm good, sir. I'm good.
That's always good to hear. As long as you're happy, that's all that matters to me. So, okay, so we have this debt, we've paid it off. What does it mean for us moving forward besides strengthening our book?
I mean,
yeah, that's kind of like some of the questions that I had, and I think I was texting back and forth with Cornelius there, just on the thread. Like, what, like the thing I'm curious is kind of the thoughts on what the end game is here. Do we see continuous amounts of these shares for debt kind of going on over the next year? And do we really need them? I think it improves the balance sheet, obviously, but in my opinion, kind of looking at the balance sheet and the box office forecast, we're maybe about 5 or 6 quarters from having a trailing 12 months of positive earnings. Is it better to wait? Obviously, I'm not in the boardroom. I'm not quite sure what's going on, but any thoughts from the people who've kind of been watching, who know debt better than me, and kind of how these transactions work, what their thought on the boardroom's end game or strategy is here with these share for debt offerings for these exchanges?
That's what I'm curious about.
I'd
Is
say
just
kind of
because
what we get at face value from these exchanges is the obvious, the principal amount reduction on the debt, but there's also those interest payments over time. For that, off of that principal amount, we won't be paying interest for those in the next coming years either. So obviously, reducing the principal amount is great, but you're also reducing that interest payment and strengthening the balance sheet over time in that way as well.
so. Biotech, are you there? You gotta unmute your mic, bud.
As far as the long term, do we see more of this or not? Obviously I can't say. I'm not in the boardroom with these guys. I don't know what their discussions are. I don't know what their strategy is. But to me, it's obvious that they felt the need to make these exchanges happen now as opposed to some other time, and for the amounts that they are, that I have plenty of trust in Adam Aaron and the board to make the right calls and the strategic calls going forward about how they reduce the debt and whether they're using cash on hand or if they're exchanging shares. I really feel like they're going to have our best interest in line with making those decisions.
Fafa?
Yeah, I know. I'm kind of thinking back to the Odeon debt and back in early 22 that they refinanced. So I know when they did that, they refinanced 400 and they paid off 100 million of it. And when they refinanced, I think the rate that they got was much higher, just kind of did all the interest rate things. So the one theory that I could have is we may continue to see these because they think when we get to 2026, they want as much of the principal of it paid down as possible. So if they do refinance, maybe they're expecting higher rates than that 10, 12 pick. That could be one theory as to why they're going that rate, because they don't expect to have as good of a rate. That being said, though, I think their balance sheet and their statement of operations once we get to 2026 is going to look much better. So I would assume that they would get better rates, but I guess you can't go with assumptions when you're running a $1 billion company either. You gotta be a little bit pragmatic as well too. That was kind of one thing that crossed my mind with the rate that they got that Odeon debt for. Maybe they just don't want another 5 or 6 or 700 million, whatever's left of it in 2026, refinanced at like 14 when they have it for 10 now. So they're trying to pay down as much as possible in the meantime.
And if you notice those last two 8Ks since they closed at the money, there's been 2 more 8Ks of these debt for equity exchanges, and they've been attacking the same line debt lien note, the 10-12% PIK note. So they've definitely been sort of attacking that debt and going after that one specifically, at least in these two.
Fafa,
yeah,
go
I
ahead.
think that. Oh, yeah, I think
Sorry,
that's their
he's had
worst
his hand up
interest.
for a
Oh,
hot
yeah,
minute.
sorry, I'll shut up.
No, it's all right. I had a space earlier about this, and I actually posted stuff that I had posted to talk about it from that space. And so I broke down, what the payoff was. I've read it to the group. One important fact is the percentages on the actual, debt lien that they actually had. And keep in mind, like Cornelius was saying, is you're taking basically the principal, moving it down, being able to wipe a little bit of the interest that's up due now, and you're actually basically wiping that out. Okay, right? But when I was actually talking about it, here's something that you guys have to keep in mind. Doesn't necessarily have to be one of the big debt lien holders that we have. We might have some small ones in there that we just haven't finished off. Or, keep in mind that I also brought up the fact that if you remember I think it was Q3 earnings of 2021, where Adam Aaron was talking about he wanted to see if he could use some shares to be able to maybe strike a deal with the rental agreements. And the reason why I'm bringing that up is because Adam Aaron has been thinking this through for a while, that if he can do anything with shares to benefit AMC, to pay down the debt, strike a deal to make that money back somehow, so to speak, then he would do that, whether it's to wipe out rental agreements because you're giving shares or however he works it. But he's been thinking this through, just like he did when he released Ape to us and all this other stuff.
Yeah.
Very strategic thing, Cornelius, that you brought up.
That's sort of a
Go ahead.
separate note, too, with the deferred rent stuff, where it actually is looking like they've almost wiped that out. I believe by the end of this coming year, they will have had those deferred rent debts wiped out. Like it's like less than definitely less than
Yeah,
100
I think
million at
it's
this point now. I think maybe under
I think
50
it's less
million.
than
Yeah.
50. I think it's less than 50 million now, Cornelius. They've been paying that down consistently, so they don't have a lot of that left.
Yeah, I was thinking it was still in about the 65 to 70 million range, but you guys might be more accurate. I haven't kept tabs the last couple months on it, but so let me kind of just go a little bit over some of the stuff that I talked about. So I talked about the payoff, right? And I brought up the fact of what they were doing with this. Now, Cornelius, you and I both know that this is the second one they've done in about 2 weeks. Second notice 8K, right? I think the last one was officially announced on the 12th, if I was correct. This is the second one. 35 million, 25 million. 4.5 million shares, roughly, I think it was, and then 3.3 something. But I took us back and went the whole direction with everything that we've been playing. So right now we owe, this was actually from November, I think it was, 1.5 billion for 2026, right? And about 78 or I think maybe it's 100 million before the end of 2025. Now, but we're focusing on 2026. Why would they be doing that? Because that is the only one they're really worried about.
Or they're the
I'm not
highest
saying that
interest
they're not
rates,
going
or the higher interest rates too.
to.
So
Yes.
if you
Like,
can pay down the ones with higher interest sooner, and while you kind of pay, you know, the smaller amount goes to the smaller interest rate loans and the smaller principal loans, you're working your money more efficiently for you. Because you have a plan to pay off the smaller rates and the smaller principal, within the amount of time that they're going to be due. You but you can actually use the money instead of paying them off immediately right away. You're using the money you have now towards the higher interest, towards the higher principal, and you're knocking that down. So we may see that they do minimal payments to the lesser ones over the time, because they know they have it structured to where they're going to knock those out in time. But just by paying, their strategized goal, because they're going to put a more heavier lump sum towards the higher principal, the higher interest ones, over the 2 years that they would be paying on the 24 and 25s.
exactly. And the other aspect is also with the cash on hand that they have currently sitting in their pocket, they would be able to wipe that out in one payment anyway. So again, it's not their primary focus. They want to really, because they would have the money to immediately pay it off right now if they wanted to. But focusing their attention on the 2026 to reduce that. Now, everybody says there's a possibility of them trying to renegotiate. But here's the thought process that I was getting in, and my mindset was, why would they renegotiate now at this, what we could see currently at, right? Because I know Adam Aaron pays attention to what's going on with the economy, with the markets, and all this other stuff. And think about the fact that if we do experience that economic collapse, banks, lien holders, are going to be looking for cash. This is where my thought process came in for even this one right now. They probably approached him, or he could approach them, and said, I know you need cash. What are you willing to settle it for? And they were able to negotiate a deal for 25 million at 3.3 million shares as a way to show, hey, I'll work with you. If you scratch my back, I'll scratch yours, type thing.
That
And
actually
think about
gave me something to bring up there before you get too far. Think about what you just said. If the banks need cash, let's strike a deal. Well, funny thing is they didn't strike the deal for cash. So interestingly, the banks wanted shares more than they wanted cash. So that's actually bullish to the stock price, because that means
but
that
that's
the bank, if they negotiated, if maybe AMC said, how can we get you cash? Maybe, if you needed the cash to pay this down, and they said, actually, I want shares. So, like, interestingly enough, for when we look at stock price, when if a bank is accepting shares for shares for debt, that means that they're bullish on that stock price to go up. They're not going to accept that trade
yes.
if they think that your stock is going to go down in the term that they would normally get the cash for that debt.
And that's what I was going to lead to, is the fact that if they're strapped for cash, they'll take the shares because they know at this moment that they would drive the price up to the point where they would make the money and get extra for their liquidity issues.
I'm going to
And
look at
that's
it
what I
one.
was
I'm
saying.
going to look at it one different way, and that's going to be. I'm just pointing out one. Bank of America, Merrill Lynch. They hold Citadel's margin, basically. They're probably going ahead and saying, well, if I can get the shares, this way I make sure that I'm not holding the bag. And the rest of these hedge funds that are basically put themselves in a shit can of a position and have nowhere to turn. So this way it protects the banks themselves from being left holding the bag. AU, you're up, and then my good friend
Actually, I
McSqueezy.
think it was McSqueezy.
No, it's
He had his
AU.
hand up first. Okay, Squeezy was up on the
Yeah.
panel first, but I guess AU had his hand up
Yes.
first.
AU, go
Good
ahead.
evening. Good evening. Yeah, so we had this conversation. I had this with Fafa there last week, and again, just looking at it from the basics. If they're servicing those debts that are higher interest and settling those debts at a lower return for the lender, that's advantageous for AMC because they're retiring those debts at a lower rate versus the written rate. And I'm with you as well, security, on these banks and potential lenders being left holding the bag at the hands
I mean,
of,
protecting their assets, basically.
yes, yeah, hedging. They're hedging.
Correct.
And it goes back to the basic premise that if they lent it out and just use random numbers at 10%, and they can go out and lend that money out at 15% now, that was my mindset from the beginning. But now that he's used shares to alleviate that debt or service that debt, I'm with you on this. That's bullish for this price because the banks or whoever took this money, these shares, would not buy or sign off on losing money. They're anticipating making more money in the backside. So it's bullish as hell. I like it. Love it.
I
Hey,
love it too.
hey, James, let me finish my thought that I didn't get a chance to finish,
Go
if that's
ahead.
okay. It'll be quick.
Oh, I know.
So,
Go ahead.
so as I was saying, them giving the shares, the banks wanting money, they might sell it. But think about this: Adam Aaron, and this is my final point. Adam Aaron knows what he's doing when it comes to strengthening the company, and if he's paying attention to the economics, knowing that companies are going to need money, economic collapse happens, market crashes, or whatever, he put himself in a position where the reduced amount of debt that he's doing, if I think he's going to continue this, okay, he keeps doing this to reduce the debt enough. Then comes the crash. and banks are going, I need money. What can he do? Refinance at a lower interest rate with a lower amount to pay and save the company a lot of money, while also the banks getting what they need to stay in collateral, stay in liquidity. So it's really a, like I said, you scratch your back, you scratch mine type thing. He knows what he's doing, and I believe that this will be a process for a little bit. But he also threw the sinker, the hook, line, and sinker into the water to see who might catch on, and maybe he might be able to do a bigger deal to wipe a majority of the 2026 debt with, let's say, 50 million shares. Now, I don't want to scare anybody, but you never know. You test the waters. In business, testing the waters is a good idea. And you never know. Someone might say, I need that right now.
I
So that's
wouldn't
my
be
thought.
scared in the slightest, considering that if he were to dump that and do what he just did with, say, Goldman Sachs or Citi and pay off that debt covenants, I'd be happier than a pig rolling in shit. I can tell you that right now. McSqueezy, how are you, my friend?
I'm doing good. Can you hear me okay?
I sure can.
Perfect. Just a couple of quick notes. There was an earlier talk about like why would AMC be tackling certain debt as opposed to other debt. Just want to just point out that there is a hierarchy of debt, and I believe the 2026 note is a senior note, so that has priority over the others. So the faster they attack it, the better. And then just as for why they would be doing this now, the Fed did not hike rates, so they're likely taking advantage of the fact that it's not going to cost more for the cost of money because rates weren't hiked. So if they can lock in a favorable rate for themselves right now to do this deal, to get that cash in exchange for the shares, it makes more sense. And then just looking at time horizon, knowing that the Fed will likely going back to being more hawkish, it just makes sense for them to do it now. Looking forward that the Fed may have to likely hike rates again because we still have inflation, still have a bunch of things that they have to fix using the control of the interest rates.
Well, I agree with you there. They have to hike rates. There's no way that there's going to be any type of rate cut, or else you would see the movements that you're seeing right now on the spot if the rates were cut. There's no reason for what they're doing right now. It makes zero sense. Mike.
Yeah, so the 10-12 pick toggle, that's actually second lien. It's not the highest priority, but it's one of the highest interest notes. I've had this discussion with a bunch of people before, where people are being like, "Oh, you're going to have to owe all this money in 2026." Well, if a second lien note called its bond and AMC couldn't make payment and they had to risk filing, like that second lien note would get wiped out to zero. So people saying that they can't refinance in 2026 are crazy, just as a result of that. But just to play the devil's advocate, the industry has been estimating the domestic box office to like within 5% for like the last 50 years. We know roughly, and we have statement of operations from AMC in 2023, kind of showing the current margins and how much they've improved versus 2019. And as far as I can tell, we're going to be trailing 12 months positive earnings by second or third quarter of 2025 at the latest. And so rather than doing the dilutive effect of share for debt, the one thing that I think is worthy of some discussion too, like I said, just to play devil's advocate, is why not wait till positive operations and use cash? And sure, you're going to pay some money in interest until you get to that point, but then you don't have the dilutive effect on shareholders. Now, that's not to say I think the price should go down. I think the price is significantly undervalued, by hundreds of percent of what it should be based on what the box office looks like over the next 3 years. And these are relatively small offerings too. It's just a few million shares. They're not big. I'm just wondering why, with the cash we have on hand, in case we have any burn over the next few quarters because of the strikes, why wouldn't they just wait to start paying down the debt once we start going earnings positive with cash from operations, rather than the the small dilutive effect from share offerings.
Well, can I actually answer at least bring up a point about something you've said? So, being it's not a share offering on the market, it does not have the same dilutive effect. Just understand that a debt swap is basically what you can call this, doesn't actually do anything to dilution because there's no transfer onto the
I
market.
just want to say that I do believe that it would be adding shares to the float. So, in that sense, the float size
In
would
that
raise.
But as far as the price per share, it doesn't really affect it. And that's what I'm talking about.
Right. Well, when
But
you
yes,
see that reflected in the balance sheet, then yeah, you would say that the price per share uh, would reflect not only the added amount of shares to the float, but it should also reflect the decrease in the liability on the debt side. So what you're kind of saying is it ends up a wash, so to speak, when you come to the share price.
yeah, I mean, because keep in mind that the overall market cap switched from what was left on the shelf to what's now actually being held by people. But it doesn't really dilute the share price at all.
And Mike,
well, you're adding a few million shares to the float. So whether the bondholder or whatever keeps the shares and doesn't sell them on the market, or we see a price run up and they sell the shares eventually, like that will add to the float. And it's not that I'm against dilution. I think the last few dilutions to get the cash on hand were essential. I think they're extremely important, but we're kind of in a cash rich position. And as far as we can tell, based on the box office, we're going to be burning maybe 200 million next year. And that's mostly due to the writer strikes pushing kind of some of the box office out from 2024 to 2025.
And
But
Mike,
then when we start getting 2025 and 2026, we get quite positive.
You
right?
pose sort of the why, and I'll just kind of go back to what I said before, and I think it just comes down to Adam Aaron and the board believing that they will be able to utilize the cash on hand instead of using that, but also the decrease in liability in each quarter, having paid that off and not having to pay the interest on that. They are seeing a reason to have that cash on hand, plus not having to pay into that debt as much quarter to quarter. So they have some sort of strategic cash plan, whether it's getting into new revenue streams, some sort of capex expenditure that they're seeing in the future that they want to have that money on hand for.
Yeah, they definitely are. They're saving themselves for sure eight quarters of that 10% interest. So that's definitely a positive when it comes to it. I just wanted to just playing a little bit of devil's advocate and bringing that up for discussion. I'm just, and it just leads again to the question I had before. Do you think these small offerings for debt for share exchanges continue to happen, or do you think they're done now, or do you think they have some sort of target goal in mind that they want to get?
I would assume that they have a
down
target. I would assume that they have a target goal in mind where
Yeah.
they would basically want to go ahead and wipe out the, the most crucial to their lien holding position than anything else, and get rid of the higher interest first. That would be my thought.
Well,
Yeah,
and
I
I see
wonder.
that.
I wonder if they go for that full billion before 2026, or if they do have plans. Well, okay, we're gonna because like with the Odeon debt, right? They paid off about 20% of it, refinanced the rest. I wonder if they have
Correct.
some sort of percentage target on that 2026 pick toggle that they want to get down, or if they want to do all of it, really, and that would give us an idea more of how many more of these offerings we might see, kind of thing.
And see, what my point was earlier, not now, but in the other space call, the one I hosted, I think they're going to do this a little bit more because I think what they're doing is they're driving down that 2026 debt to a point where they could negotiate enough of it and pay it off and get that percentage drop on the actual lien notes, something that could be significant to where they could actually pay a majority of it and then maybe renegotiate the rest and push it out like they did with the 2029 debt. So, I mean, that's my thought process. I do think, like I said, we don't know what Adamair is doing. We don't know what the board is doing, but we do know people on the board have a lot of finance background, and one of them is a former governor of my state who actually is a lawyer and is in finance, did all that, and he's working with Sean Goodman, and I think they're just really come up with an idea to make the best opportunity for AMC in the long run. So I think that's possible.
I just read one post too. Is maybe this consistent pay down of debt may actually boost up the bond ratings and allow them to refinance at lower rates too. That's something I never thought of, and that's actually a really good point that we saw. Yeah.
Yep. From that 350 million offering we did the last time, they raised our bond rate 4 cents up.
That's awesome. AU and then Royal.
Yeah, I was just going to say, servicing this debt strategically and going back to what Adam Aaron stated and repeatedly stated, cash is king. And based on the current economic environment that we're in, understanding that we've got the pause from Jerome Powell for the last two meetings into the next year, and him also stating that possibility of cutting rates, which I'm with you, Security. I don't see an avenue for them to do that because inflation, even though they stated is relatively tamed, not near their target, but cooling. If they were to cut rates next year, I would be real surprised. But I'm not Jerome Powell, and he's going to do what he's going to do. So with Adam Aaron and his team retiring these debts strategically, in my mind, if he retires debts to the point where they're more of a nuisance to the lender, get this. Okay, these are pennies. This is decimal dust. Get it off my books. What can you offer me to get these things get this gone, so they can move on to the next target for more cash. So, yeah, that's just what I'm viewing this whole chess move that he's doing.
The problem that I have with anybody actually stating that they're going to cut rates, and McSweezy, if you want to chime in on this, you're more than welcome to. But every time that the Fed actually cuts rates, or the Fed's rate is actually closer to zero, what happens? The stock market goes up.
Right.
Because you don't have interest.
Correct.
So
Like I
now,
said, I'm not to interrupt you, but I said what Jerome Powell stated. I'm not saying that he's going to do. I can't see an avenue for him to do it. I
no.
really can't.
And
But
we're also going to talk about that later on because there's a interesting news article that I found and how it was separated by 12 days and now all of a sudden minds are changing, which is ridiculous. Royal.
Apes, love you guys, man. Dude, this right here is the game. Let's play a game real quick. Imagine if you had all the money in your coffer to pay off everything that you owed, but you also had equal, if not more, of an asset that you could sell to continue to expose criminality, continue to bleed out an infrastructure that has been robbing the retail space through offerings to show their cards. When you're playing on the chessboard, there are moves that you can make that expose the opponent to vulnerability. And every single day, this is what is happening through driving of fundamentals, offerings, and thinking about it from a standpoint not in the real time, but 5 moves ahead. 5 moves ahead. This power play, what is happening right now, I mean, again, we can pay the debt off. We could pay the debt right now, and it wouldn't be a question. But is that cognitive for business? You know what I mean? No, business carries debt. We continue to expose crime, and it's the what did he say? He said it himself. He said it himself. Checkmate. Checkmate. So you're checkmated. And he is literally offering what the fuck needs to be offered. at a time to continue to bring them out in their crime of financial treason against the fucking world. This is another level. And everything that everyone was saying really got me going down this path. All of you guys are dynamic and amazing, and it's only because of you and the diligence that we spend figuring this shit out to where I have this stuff. I sit back on my hands, bro. The game is won. They're just bleeding now. He's cutting them one move at a time, getting us back into. We know we're in the position. They won't recognize it. They won't honor it. They never will. Because they know if they come in and say that they were wrong, Powell goes and says that he's got to cut rates, then he was wrong the whole time. They have always been wrong. So yeah, we hold diamond motherfuckers in this room, dude. I love you guys, man. They can't stop us.
Thank you, Royal. Ed, I haven't heard from you, and I just want to say hi. How are you doing, bud? And if you had any thoughts real quick. Ed.
He fell asleep.
He
Oh,
fell
sorry.
asleep.
I'm just listening in, dude.
I got just in if you had any thoughts. I haven't heard from you all night.
Love you, Ed.
I missed
Thank
you,
you.
buddy. Gafafa and the McSqueezy.
So I want to kind of bring up another thing I just thought about that I actually talked about in the space. So why would you do shares right now when you have a little over $1 billion in your pocket? Because if you hear the consistency of Adam Aaron, I know that COVID's pretty much over. I mean, there's still the fear of another COVID scenario, though. They always try to use something to try to do this. So why not hold the money and do something like this? Here's the reason, okay, why you would use shares first to hold the money that you have. You never know about, again, like I said, they pay attention to Twitter posts, they pay attention to the news media, they hear the fears of maybe there's an economic crash looming, maybe a recession, maybe a market crash, all this stuff. And I know that they pay attention because we pay attention and we post and they pay attention to us. They listen to Space Calls. So for them to use shares right now to wipe out some of the debt is a two-win situation for us and then for them because they could sell it at a higher price and make extra money. Okay. But us keeping the money in our account at AMC is that hedge for if anything does come along that AMC has to go through, whether it's a lockdown, whether it's a slow period, whether there's another artist strike, which we've gone through, which I doubt there will be because there's a contract. But that gives you that backbone to hold through anything coming your way. We're going to burn some because we're not going to have the movies coming out early because of the contract disputes for both the writers and the actors strike. But also, they've hedged themselves. And again, I mentioned about the fact that they bought into HYMC. He wouldn't have done that if he felt confident that there would be nothing that would cause a hiccup for AMC financially. But he did. So it's on his mind that he wants protection. HYMC is that because when an economy crashes, what happens? Gold, silver, precious metals are usually in demand. As a person, doesn't have to be a business. As a person, if you are paying attention, that you would be buying gold and silver back in the 20s and 30s when that something dramatic is going to happen like that. Well, Adam did that. So why spend the $1 billion instead keeping that handy for those worst case scenarios? Then when it comes time, rainy day fund. But when it comes time that you've paid down a lot of debt based off these lean debt swaps, shares for debt equity, then you could drop it enough that you could say, okay, I can take 3/4 of that and pay off my debt and still have $250 million in my pocket. That's what I think he's doing. And that what is the scenario that I see. And I believe that he has a better mind than me when it comes to business. And if I'm thinking that, then sure shit, he's going to be thinking that way.
McSqueezy.
Yeah, just wanted to add, there was somebody mentioned earlier about banks and whether or not AMC is kind of starting a trend with going to banks and doing this little exchange of shares for debt because banks need the money. Just want to, excuse me, just remind us all that hedge funds are short over 600 billion on treasuries. So if the Fed were to pivot, that's all going to come crashing down on some people's heads. And banks are counterparties to, if not the ones actually involved in those trades. And when things start to collapse and unwind, if the Fed were to pivot or if something happens that disrupts the stability of the treasury market, banks will need to find every avenue of quick cash, and then they come running back to AMC because we saw these people were successful with that debt to equity swap they did. So that's just another thing that could work in the favor of AMC when the treasury market starts to get more volatile and they need liquidity from somewhere. Nobody else can because the cost of issuing money or whatever, the fact they don't have the money, but AMC is another choice for banks to run to in the time of need to get quick capital.
This
Squeezy,
is what I think.
are you saying
This is
that
what
AMC is becoming a stronghold and a backer for the financial system?
That is quite possible.
Here's what I think of Adam Aaron.
Your sole purpose in this army. To do whatever you tell me, drill sergeant? God damn it, Gump! You're a goddamn genius. That's the most outstanding answer I've ever heard. You must have a goddamn IQ of 160. You are goddamn gifted, Private Gump. Listen up, people.
Now, for some reason, I feel...
Done, drill sergeant? Go! Why did you put that weapon together so quickly, Gump?
You told me to, drill sergeant.
Jesus H. Christ. This is a new company record. If it wouldn't be a waste of such a damn fine enlisted men, I'd recommend you for OCS, Private Gump. You are going to be a general someday, Gump. Now, disassemble your weapon and continue.
Hey, you're up next.
No, I was just going to simplify what Fafa was stating and for just put it at the people level. This is akin to him having money in his account, and if he went off and paid off his credit card and had zero left over and something happened, a hiccup, be it whatever, he didn't have to go back out and get that money or re-borrow money again. And at the current interest rates, that'll be much higher than what it was when he borrowed it originally. So yeah, having that buffer on hand and strategically paying down these debts and retiring these debts is key. And he again, I'll restate it again. He has stated cash is king.
I had a safe that was named Cassius King. If anybody got that joke. Cornelius.
So yeah, going back again to that same the what if or the why question of why do the swap, the equity debt swap. Well, another thing too, and what we were talking about were targets. So I think what would probably be a likely target for the board is to want to hit a positive earnings per share in the next quarters. And because they are already on the trend of 2 quarters in a row positive earnings per share, I think they would like to continue that trend. So it may not seem like a lot of debt reduced, and it's definitely not a lot of shares traded for the debt. So I think it falls into, like we were saying, we don't know what the board and Adam Aaron's strategy is, but one thing I could definitely say part of their strategy is to continue a trend of a positive earnings per share. So if they can wipe off these debt payments from the next quarters, even though it seems, like I said, like a small amount of debt, 25 million, but when you're talking about the payments they make quarter after quarter, if it's enough to take enough debt payments off the books that their projected revenues end up higher than their expenditures, they become positive quarters. So I think it's part of their strategy to show the company on a trend level of increasing this positive earnings per share going forward, and that's going to be good for the shareholders because that should reflect then quarter after quarter. If you have that trend, it should reflect in the market as higher share prices.
McSqueezy.
Something else that I haven't heard mentioned. If it was mentioned, I must have missed it. I apologize. Just with each step that Adam Aaron and the board are taking to make small changes to improve the performance of the business, the strength of the business, and also the credit worthiness of the business. Now with things like these bonds, debt equity swap, that's going to bring in potentially a lot of new money. As we all know, we're apes, but there's a lot of people who have been sitting on the sidelines watching and waiting, more people more traditional who have spreadsheets and whatever, and when the credit worthiness gets to this, or when they've scratched off this much debt, then I'm going to invest. But as they're doing this, all they're doing is enticing new money. People sitting on the sidelines for the last 2.5 years waiting for things to get better with AMC to, this is a good investment now. I see it now. There's also that perspective.
I think that the other perspective that we're not talking about as well is there's going to be a lot more institutional driven buys because of the debt being knocked off, and especially the high interest in said debt. That looks very appealing from an institutional standpoint to go ahead and actually purchase shares as opposed to buying the options.
Exactly. New money.
Yeah.
Well, let's not forget that it's actually McSqueezy. Right on the point that you're making is, as we keep doing this and getting closer to that dividend, you bring in a new set of investors with dividends as well. So the closer they get to being able to offer that by paying down this debt, the more interest you're going to get with those who love dividend stocks. So that brings in fresh liquidity as well.
Yeah, if they when they mentioned dividends, that's going to bring in like the Warren Buffett-esque type investors who, like you said, are driven by those dividends because they can buy in bulk and they can sit back and just collect that money and do nothing.
It's a wonderful. There's so many options. There's so many things that we can bring up when it comes to the ideas, but ultimately, this is a good thing. It's a good thing for the company. It's a good thing for our books. It's a good thing to wipe out the higher interest, get rid of these notes as fast as they possibly can, and to basically put us in a position for expansion, for growth. It's only going to make us stronger as a company. And especially if you're going to get new investors, as McSqueezy was pointing out, and Fafa and Cornelius and everybody on the panel. But it also brings in those institutions as well, which is also a huge benefit. Huge, 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 huge. Well, ladies and germs, it is time for the blame game. The blame game, you need a weapon. I personally have my blame thrower.
And what do you call this?
Careful, careful, that's a blame thrower.
A blame thrower. Oh, yeah, I'm sorry.
Your bad attitude is hurting your team.
Stop spitting on me, Eric. Let me shower.
Lady, let it shower.
Sorry if I I'm sorry. No.
Why
They're
Why you
losing
do
to
that
us,
to me?
dude. They're losing to this degenerate ass group of fucking laugh, slap happy. Come on. Thank you, James. I love
We
You're
that.
are the new
welcome.
we are the new mystery men.
We are the new mystery men. Can I be the waffler?
I'm the
That's all I
shoveler.
want to be. I
I
fry
want to be a
waffles in a
weapon of
single
some
as
sort,
fast as I
or
can.
I want to be a
I think
weapon of some sort or a tool that builds something. That's it. I don't know what game we're playing, but just saying.
I
It's the blame game. I'm going to read this again. This is in regards to narratives. But I want everybody to understand this is where you're seeing a lot of these things, especially when it comes to the short sale transparency rules. And look at what they're trying to do. Narratives nowadays are very dishonest because not only do they distort reality, but they completely mislead a vast crowd of people who don't realize the narratives are just lazy journalism. Investigating, digging for facts, and reporting them every single day is a tedious and frustrating work. Making up a narrative to fit whatever is being observed on the surface is easy, quick, and good for clickbait headlines since it plays right into the psychological feelings and emotions. Take the last trading day. This was last week, but anywho, which started with a bullshit narrative on stocks cheering up after another bad economic data, US ADP, ended with bullshit narratives on how priced the worsening economic conditions hence rolled over. Do you know why stocks roll over? Well, because for once, whoever is playing the game failed to squeeze the hedge funds out there. A small detail that many forgot about the Archego saga is that Bill the Bull Huang brokers were tipping him off about the positions of other hedge funds because they knew he would not have thought twice about squeezing them. And the brokers could make fees off of his trading. Now, everyone knows how overcrowded hedge fund trades are at the moment, especially the long Mega 7 and short zombies, small caps. Literally, no one out there realizes that right at the US cash open while small cap spikes brutally almost up 2%. At the same time, there was a heavy selling in the Mega 7 stocks, already contradicting those pre market bullshit narratives about expectations for rate cuts being bullish for the mega cap tech stocks. What do you think is happening here? Because squeezed on one side of the trade, the short small caps, hedge funds were unloading the other side of the trade, the long Mega 7, to cover their margin requirements and avoid being liquidated. That's it, full stop. Now, if you orchestrate a trade without a cover, it's very easy to get in trouble. Well, when the SEC wakes up at some point, stops looking at Pornhub, and actually goes and does the trade records that they're supposed to do. So if you plan on doing that, you need a cover. Data releases are perfect for that. And when the narrative plays along so well, like today, even better. In particular, many people yesterday were wondering how it could be possible that bank stocks were going higher. So much with all that's happening in the repo market, bankruptcy filings going through the roof, commercial real estate loans radioactively increasing day by day. Well, hedge funds were being short squeezed hard. What I find incredible these days is how brokers often put client sensitive information out there. What do you think the goal for Goldman Sachs to tell Reuters in mid November that hedge funds were short US financials at near record levels? Furthermore, what was the goal for Goldman Sachs in October to repeat every single day to the press that CTAs were max short equities? If you look back, you can see this type of pattern repeating over and over and over again, with Goldman Sachs somehow the one sharing the most with the public. Wait a second. Which Archegos broker was the first to liquidate and walk away without a penny of losses? Goldman Sachs. What a coincidence. If you connect all the dots together, it's easy to understand what's happening here. After brokers help their VIP clients, like geode, to squeeze the VIX dry and boost the performance of their fund. Now they are extracting alpha from squeezing up the non-VIP hedge funds out there who all they do is sheep into overcrowded trades. Now, this is a narrative. 100%. It's a narrative. They want you to have a belief. They want you to have an understanding. They want you to think on their level because you're not going to go out and look at it. You're not going to go out there and read. You're not going to go out there and dig. You're going to just go ahead and believe whatever the television tells you, or you're going to believe whatever those news articles that are being written tell you. I'll get into this in a second. Ed Royal McSqueezy. Ed.
So I've been digging quite for a while now in the systematic internalizers, which we know already with Goldman Sachs. The Goldman Sachs group, they're one of the few that are spoofing. But the very interesting one, if you Google Citadel Connect systematic internalizer, which is basically in Ireland. Well, there's also one in Europe. You can't even, when you search for it, you can't really find where it's actually origin is from. It's like all over the place, and they're basically saying that we're here or we're here. The funny thing is, with Citadel Connect, if you search it up, FINRA says that they are not they are not part of FINRA. They're self-regulated, and the Citadel Connect, it's its own entity OTC internalizer, meaning the orders that are being basically sent through these brokerages is being internalized by Citadel in their own dark pool. Now, why I bring this up is because majority of the crime that is occurring now, you're talking about whether it's MMTOP, all the blue sheets, and AMC and all the other meme stocks. This is where it's all being routed. This is where, like, they don't want to say that Citadel is basically processing its all a majority of the market trades. It's in its own internalizer platform, which is not part. It's not even registered with FINRA, by the way, which is criminal. By the way, that is crime of in itself. You have to register to be able to process orders on behalf of customers, and they're not. They're not even registered as an entity to be able to do that. Yet they're doing it literally in plain sight. You search it up, you'll find that on Google, literally on Google itself. The thing is that it's the stuff that's been happening across, like, globally, especially in Europe. They also do trades in Europe. They're under the Citadel Europe SI, which is systematic internalizer. That's the abbreviation for it. Now, all these systematic internalizer shell companies that they run, they are processing trades back and forth within their HQ headquarters. So all the stuff that you're seeing, guys, remember what I've been talking about, when I've been saying that the high frequency trading algorithms that you're seeing within crypto, which is, they racketeered with Fidelity, with EDX, Charles Schwab, with what's the other, Fidelity Investment, Charles Schwab, and some other entity, where EDX came out with a whole crypto sector. They have that going as well within the market making and OTC systematic internalizing there with crypto. Now, you notice that what I've been saying with the whole high frequency trading, how it's repetitive, meaning the behavior that you're like, you see people talking about technicals, people talk about this and that and all this other garbage. I look at the behavior and I see it's the same entity. It's like if you see an artist like draw a picture, you can see his hand, his type, his creativity, repeat. You'll know who it's from. You know who, like for example, you know who makes Bugatti, you know who makes BMWs, you know what car they make, you know what the car, who's the manufacturer.
I
You
woke
can
up
see
in
the
my
high
new
frequency trading.
Bugatti.
Sorry, what was that?
I woke up in my new Bugatti. Sorry, I had to just shout that out.
So the thing is, why I keep shouting, and not many people care about it, or they don't understand, or they don't care, whatever. The reason why I point to the behavior, which is the high frequency trading algorithm, the wave, that how the market shows. Well, the price is always going to be fake. It doesn't matter. Even the whole technicals is all crap. Makes no sense. It can drive one way or the other. Has nothing to do with supply and demand. It has to do with these high frequency trading algorithms. They're computerized. They're preset already. They don't care about who is trading, what is trading. That's not what they're doing. They are presetting already, and they're using pre-existing dark pool volume to initiate where the price goes. And that, what you're seeing, like AMC, any given day, 12 million, 20 million, whatever the volume is, it's all bullshit, high frequency trading up and down. And whatever they push in, whether it's going to be more buy orders coming out of their dark pool connect, more buy orders that they want to push the price up a little bit and end there, that's what will come out. Has nothing to do what people are putting into brokerages. Brokerages are just sifting money. That's all they're doing. That's why you're never seeing it. They're colluding with Citadel, and Citadel's order routing those orders into the connect. Now, the reason why the reason why we're a problem is because we're not leaving, and they want something from us. That's the whole thing. Now, back to the high frequency trading. The reason why I keep talking about it is because it's the same behavior. And when you can see the car, you will know who the manufacturer is. Like, there's no doubt about it. When you look at a Tesla, you know that the manufacturer is making Teslas at a headquarters of Tesla. Why are people so unbelieving when it comes to the market when you see the same behavior repeating on the whole broad market, basically? And you read that Citadel is literally the main one, if not the main one, that is controlling the prices. I mean, they literally clear majority of United States orders, literally in the entire United States. I mean, that's criminal. That is literally criminal by itself.
Them and
There
Virtue.
should be no middleman inside of this. But here's the thing: that high frequency trading, all that is, it's all playing out, and it's showcasing the finger of Citadel. Has nothing to do with anything else. All these other like Goldman Sachs spoofing, all these other entities, they're just along with it. So like when you read January, the whole report that came about, where the brokerages were just, they're just basically bending over to Citadel, trying to make them stay afloat, while they're just taking little cuts for payment for order flow. They're all of them are after that love of money. That's all it is. And I mean, the whole thing is like, you guys don't realize the whole thing, its entire market and finance for the past decades, maybe century, what people couldn't do and know and expose, we're doing. That is the greatest revolution in this entire United States markets. You guys don't understand this entire system, the way it's been, it's falling apart because people had the brains to go after the system that was made against them. It's literally what it is. And that's what you're seeing in politics. That's what you're seeing the whole universe pretty much falling apart. I mean, worldwide. You're seeing the whole systematic political spectrum, the economy spectrum, the goods and services spectrum, the banking, all this crap, man. It's all toxic garbage. Like it's, I mean, if you want to define it as the cabal, that's pretty much what it is. It's all based on finance, and we're here causing this havoc against them because we've exposed, we put a light on where they didn't want it. I mean, it's how like if you put a, man, I have a really bad taste in making bad connections, but if you like put fire on a cockroach or a bed bug, what happens? It starts to run away because it doesn't like it. It doesn't like when it's exposed, and Ken does not like getting exposed. Citadel does not like getting exposed. It wants to be non-existent. It doesn't want to be known. And guess what? For the first time ever, we started to freaking shine the light. And not just Citadel, the banks, everything, that the whole system is corrupt from the top to the bottom entirely. And the whole Congress is involved. I mean, these piles of trash, these scumbags, they're all literally sitting on the backs of hardworking Americans, sifting money from these market making criminals that are doing financial, basically terrorism on the whole entire spectrum. And they're just like, oh yeah, guys, we're gonna release an insider trading bill so that these people can trade stocks. Oh, their spouses. I mean, no, we're not gonna do that. We're not gonna pass it. It's like 50 times they try to pass the bill, and it hasn't happened yet. I
Hey,
mean,
Ed, I got a
this
new
is why we
song.
keep getting louder.
Ed, I got a song for you.
I can't looking for you with Haitians. I stay smoking on good Jamaican. I fuck bitches from different races. You get money, they started hating. I woke up in a new Bugatti.
Sorry, I had to do that. Yeah, that's yours. I woke up in my new Bugatti, Royal McSqueezy, and then the one.
Thank you so much, Ed. No, absolutely right. Um, yeah, they can't be exposed. Real quick, I wanted to tap Ed. They can't be exposed because if they're exposed, they all burn. We come of a country and a upbringing of freedom, of standing against tyranny and fighting that. That's how we were taught. My blame is an elected and unelected bureaucracy that is facilitating a trespass against the populace and not standing up for what is right. And I say elected because of the officials that we were told what they were going to do. They got into these places, and again, I'm 40 years old. We've kind of seen this. But there is an unelected that I didn't know until I came into this movement. I had no idea there was a government that I and people in power of substantial fucking reach in our country that I didn't vote for. I didn't have a say on. And it goes on both of them. And then I learned too that not only are they compromised as a whole, but they're being paid by these financial institutions to create media structures that they have to lie to us and keep us in the dark. So it is a fucking cesspool. It isn't a dark pool, is it? The swamp. I know. The swamp is okay. I can live off the swamp. A cesspool is full of shit and piss and dead bodies.
Royal, calm
No,
down just a
James,
little
give me a
bit.
second. Oh, James, this has to be said this
No,
way.
no, I'm just saying, just calm your voice a second. I don't want you to get too loud because we got kicked off because of the loudness the last time.
Okay, I'm sorry about that. Let me
Yeah,
run it back. There's a cesspool
thank you.
of disgusting trash of humanity that wants to win and rape and pillage everything that is good in this world. And they are only doing it to enrich themselves in their pockets. And unfortunately, we did not grow up in them lines. They are thick family lines. They run back centuries. They are here. We here now, they fucked up. They lifted their skirt. They showed us the greed overwhelmed them. They thought it was just cool. And if they let this unravel the way you were talking, Ed, we're going to the doors. It's in a different way. This isn't a race right. This isn't you're fucking with my family's money, my children's future and college ability, your grandchildren, your pensions and your ability, everything we do as working class people in this country is being robbed by an establishment. So yes, the elected and unelected. And that honestly goes full boat because the elected should be standing up right now and fucking filing charges. Instead, they talk story. They get on the TV They have a conversation as if that is enough. 4 million people are saying, no, dude, that is not enough. And it's only growing. And the unelected, the shadow, they will be dragged by the throat. I will fucking grab by the throat. I will grab them by the throat and drag them out here. They will fucking know. They will know the pain they have perpetrated. They will understand and be held to atone for the murder financially with $1 over my father, my brothers and sisters in this country, the children that lost loved ones of stress and suicide, that turned to drugs because of a financial weapon that the United States has used across the world. They have no fucking clue how deep this resonates and will never be undone until they pay for their fucking crimes. And the world knows to never, ever, ever do this to people again.
McSqueezy, you have your hand up. I hope it hasn't fallen off yet.
First of all, bravo to Ed and Royal. Those were brilliant. But just wanted to just quickly touch on, you were talking about the narrative before and how they keep trying to push narratives and all of this.
Yeah.
People are because of narratives.
Mhm.
Narratives as well as indexes will soon come crashing down. You guys mentioned, the big mega cap companies prior. All of those companies, specifically like the S&P, that whole index is propped up by buybacks. If you look at like Apple, Microsoft,
Tesla,
Tesla,
Nvidia.
yeah, exactly. So in 2022, S&P companies bought back $922 billion. That was an increase of $41 billion from the year previous. If they did the same thing this year, it's likely they're going to spend $1 trillion in buybacks. Buybacks do a number of things, but the main thing is it props up the stock of a company. It makes it look more attractive, like, oh, look, this company's so stable. Their stock keeps going up. It hasn't dropped. That's all buybacks. A lot of what you see in markets and companies and indexes especially is just buybacks propping things up. It's just band-aid and flex tape, and all of that's going to come crashing down. And when it does come crashing down, it's going to have a butterfly effect because the hedge funds, the banks, they're all involved. The banks are the underwriters. The hedge funds are betting either long or short against these companies, and it's just going to be a mess. But buybacks are just one of the ways that they keep this narrative going because it props up companies, but that can't last forever.
It can't. It's absolutely impossible for that to do. I want to explain a little bit more about this short sale rule. I know we had Gasbag the other day who was trying to, I don't even know what he was trying to do. He basically was just, gas was flowing out of his mouth. But I'm going to explain this in the simplest way I possibly can. So, what the short sale rule does, it enables the SEC to reconstruct significant market events, particularly in times of increased market volatility. I'm going to read that again. Enables the SEC to reconstruct significant market events, particularly in times of increased market volatility. What does this include? This allows investors to more accurately evaluate market movements and make more informed investment decisions, reducing manipulative conduct and increasing investor confidence. They just side with the hedge funds every single time, or they side with the banks every single time. There's nothing that changes. It just keeps on going over and over again. But we now have a rule. Hold on, there's more. Help regulators oversight of short selling and deter types of abusive and manipulative behaviors such as bear raids and naked, quote unquote, short selling, potentially by alerting regulators to suspicious activity. So it seems like the SEC doesn't want to take on that we didn't do our job, but we're going to go ahead now and actually monitor the monitors of the regulators to go ahead and enforce said laws. Hold on. Identify short sales by industry members for which they are claiming the bona fide market making exemption, thus providing regulators an additional tool to determine whether such activity qualifies for the exemption, or instead could be indicative of, for example, proprietary trading instead of bona fide market making. This actually goes ahead to, I'm going to give clarity on the bona fide market maker exemption. So, the bona fide market maker exemption, the SEC notes in the proposal that there have been several enforcement cases alleging failures to comply with the locate requirements, whether broker dealers inappropriately claimed the bona fide market maker exemption. It has been experienced of our members' firms that regulators have been conducting examinations probing the issues. Probing the issue or probing the use of the bona fide market maker exemption. We believe the problem with identifying what is and what is not appropriate is that the scope of the bona fide market maker exemption has not been well defined by the SEC. An example is the OTC market makers that provide extensive liquidity for retail trades but does not affect the trades pursuant to publish quotations. Basically, to make this simple, you have Kenny G, you have Krabby Patty, and they are your designated market makers. You have other institutions like, let's just say, Susquehanna or BlackRock or one of these other firms that are using this bona fide market maker exemption to their benefit so that this way they don't have to locate.
That's their plausible deniability, James.
It's 100% what it is. But what this rule actually does is that it gives the regulators the actual authority to go ahead after these particular firms in regards to locates. That's what it does. The last one is to help the commission identify instances in which increase in buy to cover orders in a particular equity security coincides with an increase in price and or borrowing cost in the same equity security, and thus identified where short squeezes, quote unquote, may be occurring. This sounds like I'm passing the blame onto somebody else. I am not going to take the responsibility for this, even though it is my job to oversee the market. I'm going to pass the blame onto somebody else because we're now just coming to this. McSqueezy, what do you got?
Just really quickly on the topic of rules and regulations and changes and all of that. Dennis Kelleher from Better Markets said that proposed rules are a waste of time and unnecessary. That if an entity that makes the rules saw a situation or violation that was so much so that a rule needed to be put
enacted
play now, they can do that. So the fact that the SEC has proposed rule periods for all of these rules is just giving the bad actors more time, more leeway to do what they do. So I just want to just add that.
Let's just throw the blame thrower in there, because that's exactly what we're throwing. Poosh! Blame somebody else. That's all they're doing. They're not taking responsibility. No one is being responsible. Period. No one.
We are.
Well, I have to look my perspective on what you just read, and I've read it before. My perspective on it is this: yes, they're regulators. I'm using air quotes. They being SEC. But you also have the SROs,
Correct.
self-regulatory organizations.
Mm-hmm.
So you've got the regulators. How could the regulators regulate a self-regulated organization? They're putting them on notice that they're now looking at this. Get your crap in order. SRO, you're supposed to be self-regulatory. You need to start regulating.
It's
That's
time to clean up your shit.
that's what I'm viewing this. It's not that they're deflecting blame. They're putting them on notice. Get your crap together.
They're doing it. You are right that they are doing it very subtly. They're not demanding, but they're doing it subtly. But it's
But hey,
still
but let's put a pin on that. They're doing it subtly because Gary Gensler has already stated they're an SRO. My authorities rest on A, B, and C. Their authorities are X, Y, and Z. He cannot go into their house, and they go into his house and slap him around, but that's side the point. But he's already stated that because they're an SRO, and he stated this in front of Congress, go back and rewind those tapes, because they're an SRO, he has limited authority over them.
which I understand, and I do agree. I do agree with that. Still, it is their responsibility to maintain and take care of our market, and
Correct.
they
But
haven't done that.
again, he's stuck in a rock and a hard place.
I understand he's stuck
Not
in a rock and a hard place
not
because he
Gary
has.
Gensler.
Yeah, I understand that, but I also understand, and there's instances where all of a sudden there's a powerful figurehead above him that gives him a call and says you can't do that, and he abides by it.
There's no
Cough duck
loyalties.
walk.
They have no loyalties to us. The Fed, the SEC, the CIA, the FBI, these are all of their establishments to
Well,
perpetrate and make us
let's
feel like it we're safe or
but
protected.
let's stick to the financial piece of it.
Correct.
You've got FINRA is an SRO. They're not a government agency. They're a private business with government protections. So as a SRO, they've got their authorities that they can maneuver around. Gary Gensler has just redefined the battle space on where they can maneuver, and he's just bracketed them
Which I
as
agree. I do agree with that. The only problem that I've ever had with FINRA is that it's regulated by by the same people that are in those hedge funds.
correct. But
Yeah.
we're saying the same thing again. As an SRO, Gary Gensler has stated they write their own rules. We review them. So you've got two entities doing the exact same job.
Trying to build a bridge.
And
Funded
he's
by
and he,
taxpayer dollars.
You know what that sounds like?
Hold on,
Oh,
let him finish real quick, and then you can go. Go ahead, AU. I'm sorry.
but again, I've been in these regulatory predicaments where I'm the authority. Hey, Mr. Commander, you've got your authorities. Which one's going to supersede one another? That has to be done where? At the Congress. That's where the Gary Gensler, again, in my mind, just based on seeing how this thing is built, he has just confined their battle space. They no longer have free reign, so that when things do go south, bro, we wrote this. We expected you to do your job as a SRO and keep your minions in check, and you failed. So yeah, it's kind of deflection from the SEC, but again, Gary Gensler has his battle space, FINRA has theirs. They should coexist. It is what it is. So when this thing goes south, the finger goes back to FINRA.
Ed, go ahead, and then Cornelius.
okay, back to what James you were talking about. Like Nvidia and all these Mega 7. Remember when this is to everybody. Remember when who the person was that was saying, "Oh, it's props to the retail investors who won big in Nvidia. They are so good. They're so good. I don't know anybody who bought Nvidia. I know who had Nvidia and had to sell it in terms of options, that had pretty much bought it on the low before the whole. I mean, you look at the weekly on Nvidia and it's been propped up for. I mean, there is not a single red candle in the past 8 weeks. I mean, not the past, but in terms of that big ass line that went up, this is not a retail investor. And the fact that it came out of Ken Griffin's horse mouth, I mean, this is, you can see that it's all propped up. All these mega sevens, they're all propped up for liquidity. It's all propped up on the backs to sustain themselves. Has nothing to do with anything. It's not about, that's the whole diversion is like, oh yeah, it's because of retail. Congrats to them. They won big. What the hell are you talking about? There's not a single retail I know that's been in this. Anyways, but there's somebody who was in this, and that's Nancy Pelosi, and she was out. She was forced out on Nvidia options before she bought them on the early low end. And we know that Congress, by the way, Congress being lit up like it's Christmas tree lights right now, with how much criminal inside trading has been going on. They don't want to admit it. By the way, they don't want to stop it. It's like, why would you stop being? Why would you stop your addiction to what you're benefiting from? They don't want to stop. They're so addicted to this insider trading crime that they don't want to stop. That's
Merry
where
Christmas and
that's
Christmas
where
lights.
that's what the jaws of these hedge funds and these criminals and these BlackRock operatives they have on them. I mean, that's where policies are made. That's where laws are being processed through. It's all I mean, and guess what? It's a revolving door. Is it that not the same thing? I mean, the SEC and FINRA should not be a separate entity.
They
No,
shouldn't.
they shouldn't be. But again,
It's ridiculous.
but
That's
again,
the whole point of law and enforcement of the law, is that there's an entity that is not being bribed for it, a one
Hey,
that
you go
actually
ahead and
can
say.
enact it. Was
Hey,
that?
you go ahead and say what you had to say. You
no,
you
no, you're absolutely spot on. But again, the SEC is appointed by Congress. FINRA is a private organization with governmental protections. Is unfortunate fact is reality, and then there's the way things really are, and that's from a lawyer. The way things should be and the way things are two different things. And Gary Gensler, again, FINRA was operating free reign, doing whatever they want to do in unlimited space. Gary Gensler just painted a box. Here's your defined SRO duties. You need to stick to it, and he's just painted them into a corner.
which is great.
Yeah.
Cornelius.
So I want to touch on the short sale rule. What you're talking about, AU, with the self regulating organizations and the SEC. There's a word used in what you read, James, and it's in and it'll go back to other things we've seen in the past in this community, and it's the word is proprietary. So what they do is in the shorting, the hedge funds and everything, they don't report their shorting because they use this word proprietary. It's their proprietary information. It's their trading information. It's proprietary information, and it has to do with their company and their strategy. And they believe they don't have to release that information, as it would be, in the bounds of competition. They can't release that information because of how it affects the competition they're up against. So that's how they get around these sort of transparency rules of reporting short positions. They say it's proprietary, and so just like you're saying, AU is the SROs won't touch it because the hedge funds say, well, this is proprietary information and you can't have it. If you have it, then it goes against the competition of us as a company. But the SEC, with these new short sale rules, is trying to tap into that. They're trying to get the transparency into these short sales and get more clarity for the investors, which there should be. In my opinion, the proprietary argument they use is complete bullshit. um, because for as much information and data there is out there for long trades and everything else, there should be just as much on the short side. It should be completely transparent, both ways that it goes. It can't be deemed, your proprietary information, especially with the market makers. They're the ones that use it the most because that's how they get around reporting their shorting, especially the naked shorts, to these SROs, is because they deem it proprietary information. It would be anti-competitive and all these other reasons that they use with their lawyers for not releasing that information. And that's what needs to be dismantled. It's that word. Everything argued around that word proprietary is what should be dismantled and taken down.
I agree. There's one
I
other
see.
word I want to remove, and then AU, you have the floor.
Yeah.
Is the word is naked shorts. You need to change that word to counterfeit shares, because in court, if you were to go ahead and state naked shorting or FTDs, for example, well, they can say that they just rolled over those FTDs. Where's the naked shorts? But if you can show counterfeit, there's a definition in the word and there's a difference in the word, and that's what makes it more beneficial. Go ahead.
Well, I was going to say, I see there's a hand. Just to respond to Cornelius, you're spot on. And again, I found a article on the SEC approving that goes hand in hand with this, approving I think it was called opaque, semi-opaque, and transparent ETFs. And the way the rule or the article is written, the SEC approving and solidifying this whole proprietary, I'm using air quotes, proprietary mix was to not see how the sausage is being made. So the SRO, FINRA, went to the SEC to get approval to solidify that, and it looked like they're at the hip between SRO and SEC to opaque or allow these hedge funds, market makers, and whomever else to create these opaque, semi-opaque, or semi-transparent and transparent ETFs and the such to hide how that sausage is being made. And I think that they're now seeing that. Now I think that was 2017 February when that was approved. I think they're now starting to see that yeah, there is a problem because it was FINRA who went to the SEC to get it done, and they're the ones who wrote it up and got approval.
I just smell bullshit. Royal, go ahead.
Bingo.
Thank you, love you. Like again, so yeah, no, Cornelius, you're absolutely right. They use the proprietary as like a medical term of that patient-client privilege, like a doctor, is where they're able to keep their information close. But then now we have institutions and governments that are trying to release the patient-client privilege at the doctor's office. They're looking into all of our bank accounts. What is preventing us from getting that proprietary fucking statement? Every dollar that we make and spend is calculated, is checked in. We have to be so diligent with every cent, especially right now. And they're fucking free willy-nilly to do whatever the fuck they want, and there's no disclosure. So you're absolutely right. The counterfeit needs to be fucking spoken, James. And the proprietary, there's no such thing in money, especially in America. We are a cash-based society. We expend and consume as human beings on this earth. For them to think that they've pulled the smoke screen for so long. They've fucking done so much shit in tune with the government to keep us distracted from the money that is the most important thing to each and every one of us. It is the root of all evil, but it is the means in which we get ahead and or lose everything we worked for. So yes,
Royal, it's money is the root of all evil, but
yes,
it sure does make the world go round.
you're 100% correct, James. And real quick, like I'm saying, like this is interesting to me saying that and having you say that too. Is like I feel so rich, and I've had less in my life this point right now because of the community and the humanity that is coming around. But we're looking at the money, we're looking at where it's going and what we worked for to get here and why everything is the way it is. This is the fight for the better tomorrow. So proprietary is a bullshit statement. Every dollar and cent of every expenditure in this United States of America should be accounted for and on a ledger so we can all see it. We can all real time vote for these bills. They're running shit through with no consideration of the people.
The
We have
problem that you have is that you have constituents that are in that you voted in to office that are speaking on your behalf. Because why? Because you voted for them. Everybody talks about term limits and everything else. Well, there are technically term limits. We just keep on voting the same people in. If you want change, then actually listen to the people that are going to institute change.
Yeah, again, I completely agree with that statement right there. But we have been lied to.
Oh, absolutely. And we've
We
been
voted
treated
people
like
in
dog
that were
shit.
saying they were going to do. There has to be more than that term limit. There has to be an ability for us to, as a community of constituents, immediately see a wrong and point that out, and you're out, you're done. If there's a politician in other countries that does what our politicians have been doing, guys, they it don't end well for them.
I
Like,
was talking with. I'm gonna kind of get what you're saying up, and just to Bleach and I were talking earlier today, and this was in regards to the Jeffrey Epstein and how they're not going to display names for I believe it's still after the holidays, and it's just the shiny new problem in the sky, and then here's the shiny new here's the real problem that's down here. Here's the shiny new problem to your left, here's the shiny new problem in the middle, here's the shiny new problem to your right, here's the shiny new problem to your bottom left, but you never got to the original problem. You never fixed the original problem.
that 99 quintillion that is going to actually come due after the holidays too.
Yeah, it's another blow up in your face deal. AU, I'm sorry I interrupted you right before.
No, I was pretty much done, but I'm gonna step on down. But thank you for having me up.
Absolutely. You're always welcome,
Um,
my friend.
I will leave you with this. I'm gonna use that proprietary when I file my taxes. I'm gonna write proprietary across all my forms.
Can you
Let's
make
go.
sure you get gold stickers and post them all over your tax return too?
Let's go. AU, that is ape as fuck right there. Come on. Come
Just
on. Appreciate you.
self-reported.
Love you, brother. Keep it up.
Just say it's self-reported.
Yeah, I'm self-regulatory.
Yeah.
And then if anything is found, if you're found wrong in something, just say acceptance, waiver, and consent. Just file it.
Come on.
Oh
Guys,
And
yeah.
then you
not
can
that
pay yourself. You can just pay yourself to see, how they do it.
But anyway, hey, thanks for having me up and good talk. Good stuff.
Thank you very
Love you,
much.
family.
All right, later on.
While we're keeping on to narratives and what you're hearing, and I found this interesting. This was I think it was yesterday actually. Kevin O'Leary. I mean, I know he's a crook, but has urged the government to not get involved in housing, saying that a new bill that would ban hedge funds from buying homes is very, very bad and destructive. So you mean to tell me that you're trying to buy a house, you're a first-time home buyer. You're trying to buy a house. You have a house that's listed for 200,000. It's a great house. It's a perfect starter home. And then someone outbids you by $50,000. You have no idea who it is, but somebody just outbid you by 50 grand and just completely inflated the market on those houses. What are you smoking? Those houses aren't worth that. They're not worth 50 grand over the list price. And here's where you got into the problem with the MLS and these realtors, because they were taking on these clients that had these over bloated homes, and basically now you're sitting here with a value problem. Uh-oh. Let's inflate values back to 2021 when everybody who's anybody could buy a home. Why? Because the federal rate was at 0. That's why you got interest rates at 2%. You can't sit here and actually tell me that it's good for a hedge fund like Blackstone, for example, who's going to go ahead and buy up every single property around a metropolitan area or in a good area and rent them out to families at a 110% higher clip. Please.
Oh, that's going to end well.
Oh, that's going to end up absolutely great. But wait, there's more. So now, because you have this, our good friend President Ice Cream, I don't know if he got sprinkles or I don't know if he got extra chocolate chips in his ice cream cone, but he wants to give 500,000 Americans money to buy a home. What?
Wait, are those 500,000 Americans, are those immigrants counted into that?
Oh, probably.
They're probably all immigrants that are illegally here.
I'm assuming it's going to be the new Powerball. Here you go. Let's throw your number in, and if we're spinning the wheel, hopefully it lands on 0. You have a problem with mortgage-backed security bonds. You have a problem with real estate bonds. You have a problem with banks being stingent on lending because here, just to give you, I'll give you some stats, just because I want it.
Talk about credit. Are you going to talk about credit right now?
Oh, I'm going to talk about some wonderful stats. Just hear me out. So, over 653,104 people are now homeless. Highest level since they began tracking the figure in 2007. According to charts. Why? Assistance packages are declining, while the nationwide cost of shelter has sharply risen by 20%. It's not 20%, ladies and gentlemen. It is close to 50. It is close to 50%. And that is one of the reasons. But wait, there's more. Let's go ahead and 40% of all student loan holders failed to make a payment when they reassumed in October. No. This means that 8.8 million out of 22 million borrowers missed their student loan payments. We have a record of 1.6 trillion of outstanding student loans with an average payment of $500. But wait, there's more. In the month of November, 30% of small businesses didn't make their rent payment. How about this? You had 27% of rental properties that didn't make their November payment. How are you going to give 500,000 Americans money to buy homes? That's my first question. My second question is that stop trying to win popularity. considering that all you are trying to do is basically look good to the American public when you haven't done anything else. In your 4 years of office so far, all I've seen is you money laundering. I've seen your son blow coke in the Oval Office. I've seen videos of your son, who is supposedly the smartest man in the world, in my eyes, because I'm your dad, with some Asian hooker sitting there measuring out crack on a scale. Please, please. Can somebody
Such a
throw me a
movie.
bone or throw me an ice cream cone? I mean,
Hey,
Chuckling,
you're an
chuckling
ape.
the ice cream.
You're a diamond-handed, leveraged ape. There it is. There's
I,
your buoy. You
but
got it. That's a donut.
but literally, I mean, come on. You can't sit here and say that you're doing a great job, that buying economics works, because I know me, I know every one of you here in this room have all said it. I go to the grocery store and I am paying 5 times what I'm paid 2 years ago. I did grocery shopping today. And when I went grocery shopping today, I literally bought 6 items. Those 6 items 2 years ago, I probably would have walked out of there spending maybe $35. I paid $78 for those
That's
6 items.
100%.
Yeah, for those just 6 items.
And the majority now are
Wait, but
using their
inflation's
credit
only
to pay for
12%.
this.
No, inflation is only at what was I think it was like 3 or 4%. I mean, no. We're just going to take out housing. We're just going to take out oil. We're just going to take out energy. We're going to take out your cost of living. Please, just to fit our narrative. So I want you all to understand that everything that's being pushed. Oh, I'm sorry. One more thing about a narrative. I smell horse shit. It's up on top. It's in the Jumbotron. It's like 3rd or 4th slide from the right. The headlines from the Fed chair Powell were exactly 12 days apart. The Fed went from leaving the possibility of rate hikes on the table to discussing rate cuts. We saw new data indicating that core CPI fell slightly to 4%. It moved 0.1. This is due to 190,000 jobs made up. Now, if you heard me on the last part of it, made up. Here is your intern, and I'm working my Excel spreadsheet. Here I go. Look at me go. Oh, I'm just going to put, oh, this said only 10,000. Let's just inflate that to like 35. Oh, this said only this. Oh, I'm going to increase this to like 75,000. No one's going to look at me. I'm just a stupid intern. Why don't you get somebody real that's in there that should actually be able to do the right job and actually report the correct numbers? This is what I talk about with narratives. This is what I'm trying to basically ingrain in your head, is that everything that you see, fact check it. You talk about like some of the DD people that they're going to go ahead, they're going to present some information. After they present said information, I want you to fact check me. I want you to go back and look and just to 100% make sure that I'm right. Well, I want everybody in the room to go ahead and fact check, because narratives are just lazy journalism.
I think it's paid journalism, James. It's paid journalism to me. It's a
But it's
lie.
lazy. It's
No,
lazy.
it's paid. It's paid. It's a lie. It's to continue to facilitate a vision of prosperity that none of us are seeing. No day-to-day person that doesn't have credit, that is not playing in their system, and if they do, we're living on credit. The majority, six-figure earners right now are living paycheck to paycheck, buying their fucking groceries and paying for their gas and bills and rent on credit. That's why we have the highest unserviced credit card debt in our fucking history as a country.
Hey, Royal, let me throw something else out there for
Yes,
you.
sir.
You know, so you have a married couple.
Yes, sir.
The average person in the United States makes about $46,000 a year.
Oh, oh.
So if you take a husband and wife, put them together, let's just say they make between the two of them about 100 grand.
Right.
A couple that's making 100 grand right now could not afford a $300,000 property.
No, sir. And a couple, James, I'm gonna take it a step further. A couple that is making 100 grand, a couple is actually only making $20,000 more than the inflation in appreciated income back in the Great Depression. We are making, on an average, you said $46,000 as a man. We were making, if we adjusted the income of the average salary or of American in the Depression, we would be making $85,000 a year on average right now. That's how we're worse than the Depression. We've been
Actually,
in a
I will
silent
go.
depression for the last 40 years.
Actually,
60
I will go ahead and actually give you the facts of the Depression and the worst year of the Depression. Bear with me for 1 second.
If you add for inflation, I'm sorry, I don't know the specific like ladder amount.
Oh,
And
I have
but
100% numbers, so I'll give them to you here in
it's
30 seconds.
imagine that though. Again, I'm a 40-year-old man, and I've been growing up in a land of the free, of opportunity. That's all I've ever known. I was born in '83, like, and to see what we have, like, this is the line. We're on the front line, and we cannot stop this. So please, when you get those, we need to know
I
this.
have them.
Thank you. Could you post them too so people can share them? We have to
Yeah,
share this now.
I
We're
will.
done.
So the worst year of the Depression was 1933. So everybody understands that. It wasn't 1929 and it wasn't the year afterwards. It was 1933 was the worst year. At the height of the Depression in 1933, 24.9% of the nation's total workforce, that's 12,830,000 people, were unemployed. Wage income for workers who were lucky enough to have kept their jobs fell 42.5% between 1929 to 1933. It was the worst economic disaster in American history. The average net income for 1933 was $2,956.48 for all returns, and gross of $4,218.40 for taxable. For the CPI average of 1933, so Consumer Price Index average is 13. And these numbers are going to be from 2022, as 2023s have not been displayed as of yet. And the CPI of 2022 average is 292.655. The total inflation from 1933 to 2022 is 2,151.19%. The average inflation rate is 3.56 per year. So If you wanted to equal that $4,218.40 of buying power in 1933, you had to make $94,964.30.
That's fucking half. Half. It's a scam. If you don't understand it's a scam by that, what James just said, everything needs to burn. They are fucking enslaving us.
Cornelius,
That's
I
why
remember.
the jobs, James. That's why the jobs. Like we can't go to work for these jobs because we can't fucking. It don't pay enough for us to live.
No, they do not. So, Cornelius, you and I talked about this when the debt ceiling crisis went, and how I said that I wanted everything to burn. I wanted everything to just crumble, and, and through the ashes, everything would have been better. And I know I talked to you about that specifically. And the one thing that you said that stuck in my mind is that the government will never allow that to happen.
Well, that will be the end of all further control.
Well,
That will
what they're trying to do,
be
that's
checkmate
what they're
for them.
trying to do right now, is their
They'll
narrative.
do
Well, they're
everything
trying
in
to
their
kick in the
power
can.
to not let it happen.
They're kicking the can because they want to be in control. I mean, that's why they have media basically lying. Oh, Bidenomics, it works. They're literally paying advertisers. I mean, it's like for example, it's like you look back at Idiocracy, and you see the reason, you see the whole thing kind of play out in the movie, and you're like, why did Luke Wilson, which is the main actor, what happened in between those periods where he stepped foot into the idiocracy's age of humanity? What happened between those times? Well, this is what happened, what we're witnessing now. That degradation of just complete idiots running and ruling and controlling, and people not standing up. That's why it must change. It literally must change.
Right. And it's also they use their power to dumb us down too. They use their power to hide what they're doing and to make us, I don't want to say dumber because I don't think anyone in here is dumb, but they 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 hide what they're doing to a degree that we cannot figure out where they're going when we live our everyday lives. Like as long as we, are living the same life day to day and with our, so to speak, our heads down, we're looking at the ground and we're just walking forward. We don't look up and we don't see, what's right in front of us. Like that's what they want. They want to keep our head down as we're walking forward. They don't want us to look up and see what is directly in front of us and what they're doing. Because, like I said, I don't believe that we're dumb. They just want to keep that veil around what they're doing, so we can't see it. And if we can't see it, we can't process it. We can't understand it. We can't take action to change it, to move forward in a better way. So they would like to keep us veiled. They would like to keep themselves veiled in secrecy. They would like to keep us without, the knowledge, without the understanding. They just want us to continue to look down as we're moving forward. James, as you were saying, uh, what was your direct question to me? Sorry, before
You
I
know,
get any further.
we were talking about how I wanted the what's it called? I wanted the debt ceiling crisis, and I wanted the debt ceiling to just crumble and fall and just say that they were broke and they were going to default on their debt, so that this way, by burning it all down, it would have grown stronger through the ashes, just like a forest.
And yeah, so my response was that they'll never let that happen. Uh,
Right.
and that's exactly what I mean by they will they will do everything they can to not let that happen. That doesn't mean that I believe that it won't happen. I actually believe the opposite. I believe that they will actually have to come to terms with what they're doing, and we will figure it out. but they will try everything they can to make sure that we take as long as possible to figure it out, basically. So yeah, they're going to continue to raise the debt ceiling. They're going to continue to print money. They're going to continue to insider trade as Congress people that have insider knowledge about the markets, and they're going to trade on that information. They're going to make a bunch of money, and they're going to do all of these things for as long as possible while we are, like I said, we are veiled between us and them. We don't know what they're doing. We can't see it. We can't change it. But that will all change as we uncover more and more about all these things. We will start to understand, like they brought up the insider trading bills, for laws in Congress, multiple times, and they always seem to, get pushed out and pushed out to later and later. But eventually, with more and more people calling against it, they can't, with more people's eyes on it, they won't be able to continue to push it out. They will have to vote on it, and they will have to, they're going to have to vote on the side of their constituents, or else we're going to be voting them out, or worse, we will be, storming the gates as people, as protesters, and taking them out of office, which is not something I hope to see. Like, hopefully we can elect individuals that will go into office and actually pass laws that have anything to do with what their constituents actually want them to do, and that's what I would love to see, is that we get so vocal and about it, that and we start replacing the people that are there now with people that actually will direct change through the proper venue of government. Like, that's what I would love to see. But if enough people care enough about it, it doesn't matter whether or not the right people are in place. They will make sure that the laws or the people are gone, one way or another.
Well, time to cut to a commercial real quick. Hey, AMC Apes, having a rough time with the economy? Biden Economics and their new product, Inflation Comfort Cream, can help you glide into that tight spot. It is good for many uses. You could use it for grocery shopping. You can use it for gas fill-ups, mortgage applications. It's Biden approved aloe for soothing, and it also has a manly scent for you to sniff little girls' hair. So buy that Biden Glide Inflationary Comfort Cream. Thank you for our sponsor.
It's like Biden cream. It's good for the whole, like, preparation H in the Dr. Evil.
Damn right. Biden Inflationary Cream. They are our sponsor for tonight, everybody. Royal, what do you got?
Hey, how you guys doing?
Oh, good.
Phil, how are you, buddy?
I would just wanted to reach out and say, I love the cream that you guys have. The cream, I used it and I feel amazing. I just want to say, hey, did my cream cover? No? Oh, okay. Ha ha ha.
Did it take away any of those warts?
Yeah, it came. So when Biden touched my hair, all of a sudden I started getting these warts, and I just needed some of the cream. So that's why I've been using it, and it's been great. It's been great on me. So thanks, guys.
Bingo. We have a winner.
Fucking love Phil. I love you, Phil.
I love you guys even more, man. Appreciate it.
So I'd like to kind of add to what I was just saying too. Is as much as it seems like it may be taking a long time or things are not on track, I do feel like the world is changing towards the better. I like to be more of an optimist than a pessimist for a lot of things. I do like to think that there's a lot of bad situations in Congress. There's a lot of bad things in that. And like, there's people who maybe don't believe in, that social media is necessarily helping in any way or whatever. But I do believe that there are ways, like just looking at what we're doing right now, holding this space, being vocal, talking about things is a testament to the ability for us to be able to actually get out there, talk about these things, affect some sort of change, whether it's just what feels like it's only behind the scenes now, but this stuff is becoming bigger and bigger every day. Every day that we get in here and we meet and we talk about the inconsistencies in the market, and every day that we get in here and talk about, we don't always have, we don't always have to agree with our political opinions about this or that, because we are a huge group of people that have many different ideas politically. But the fact that we are coming together in this forum is a testament to some people don't agree with like maybe Elon Musk buying Twitter and all that, but you know what? Before he got here, Twitter was actually censoring the shit out of certain speech.
But yep, I agree.
Well, and I just want to speak generally. I don't want to speak to any one side or another.
Of
but
course.
Twitter was it unequivocally it is proven. The Twitter files came out after Elon exposed what the inside dealings were. There were emails between the higher ups of the social media companies that they were colluding with the government to shut out speech that they deemed not worthy. Whether or not it was speech you wanted to hear or not, it doesn't matter. That's the whole point about free speech, is that eventually, if you censor one thing, it becomes a snowball effect where they can censor anything. So if you think you're going to give them a reason to censor speech you don't like, well, one day it's going to become a reason for them to censor speech that you do like or you do side with. So really, you have to look at it in such a general aspect of like, well, if my speech is censored, then that sucks. But if your speech is censored and you're saying something I don't like, if you think that's okay, then how do you believe in free speech then? So it's like the whole idea of what we're doing and bringing the market stuff is the same idea. It's like we are here being able to talk crap about Ken Griffin and Doug Virtue and
Krabby Patty.
Krabby Patty, because we have this semblance of free speech. We are able to get in here and we are able to talk. We're able to talk about the fact that we like this stock because we're in a public forum and we're not getting paid to do this. Like this is the ideal of a free speech. So I think that things are moving up towards ways where we are actually going to be able to affect change in like a chain effect of things above even this. And yeah, it all takes time, but I, as an optimist, believe that through us coming together and continuing these sorts of things, we are going to be able to affect more and more change into society, not just in the Wall Street and the politics, but just into the greater good in general, by being able to come together and talk about what's right and what's wrong.
I'm going to give it Royal and then Buckeye. I'm going to switch the topic, and we're going to be talking about the S&P, the mega stocks, along with the bond problems. So if you can go ahead and say what you got to say.
I'll make it quick, James. Thank you very much. No, Cornelius, I appreciate you so much. We're on the arc, brother, of freedom of speech, of freedom of expression, and holding that dear. They tried to stifle it. I wanted to confirm you, though, and what James read earlier and what we were talking about. They haven't tried to. They have bound us by the dollar. And they have a noose, a chain, and a ball around our neck. Little did they know that them trying to conceal us and consolidate us in spaces when that pandemic bullshit happened, that we would not just stand on our hands. We would find a way and figure out what the fuck was going on, and look at us now. So fully, again, with the numbers, we know that the trespass is real. We know that the slavery and the inundation is real. It's literally half it adjusted for inflation. We are being completely suppressed. We're being oppressed with the dollar, but we're here together fighting, and that right there is more important than any amount of money they could ever print. And it will come. It is coming to their doorstep, and they will not get to move along. The ones that have perpetrated this will be held accountable. We will never forget. We're never leaving. Love you. Thank you.
Buckeye.
Oh, hey, yeah, I was just kind of reading through some older stuff, and have we figured out who we got this 10% 12% cash pick toggle? Who
I
was
don't think we know. It'd be hard to see because that's the thing about the contracts is we'll go back to that proprietary word. So when you're a company and you have these debt contracts out, it's likely that sort of information is proprietary. So like with the covenants and everything, we won't know. We might be able to find out
has
through
anyone
some
looked?
13Ks of who are getting these shares and things like that. Because obviously, if we're trading shares for debt, then if they have report the new shares in their next 13Ks, we might be able to see who got those shares. Maybe.
They can't hide nothing from us.
Has anyone looked through the? I think it was July 2020 when they took out that loan for that.
I haven't, but I will go back and look.
And then look at the May. Let me look at this real quick.
Hold on.
May
Yeah,
of
you have to.
May 6th of 2021.
Hold on.
The 10Q.
Hold on. May 6th,
We're gonna find out
2021.
right now. Let's go.
No, I'm not finding out right now. I'm going to look at it because I want to spend time actually going
Yeah,
through it.
yeah. It's
I just
something
want the
just to
dates.
just read into. I don't know. I'm just a dude from Ohio. So yeah, there's some interesting.
What other dates?
I think it was May. Let me look again.
You
May.
got May 6th of 2021.
Yeah, look at the 10Q, and then when
Okay.
you do your Control F,
Mm-hmm.
the easiest way to just figure this out, or kind of read some notes on this, is throw 10%, like 10 and then the percent sign,
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
into Control F,
Mm-hmm.
and read into that, because I'm seeing some different things, and I'm just kind of curious
What
on
was the
some.
other? What was the other date? You said July is something.
Well, they took a loan out in July of 2020, back when I don't know, but I'm gonna throw a guess that a certain percentage of people were had no idea what the fuck was going on.
All right.
We're not involved in the current play.
I will. I will look that up here, and I'll send you what I find.
And the other thing I was looking at too was, um, that's super awesome about the amount of principal, but the other important caveat to the reduction for December alone was a reduction of interest of basically $540,000 in interest.
No, it's huge.
Yeah, and I did mention that the interest
That's a lot.
was a big part, not only on the interest of the payment on the principal now, but the future payments that
Yep.
are negated. So because interest would be paid on the future payments as well, so it's a compounded reduction, really, when you look at it that way.
Yeah, exactly. And that's like the two things I've been just kind of looking at, and I don't know. Definitely not an accounting person. I only passed accounting because the guy next to me at Ohio State was smart, but I can read
That works.
and I can interpolate going, because the one note I'm looking at on page 9 of this 10K
Mm-hmm.
involves the name Mudrick. And I'm just throwing it out there.
Gotcha. I will look into it, and then because I'm a
And
nerd and
that's
like
for
reading that stuff.
anybody too. It's not just me.
Hmm.
I'm just a dude from Ohio, and just throwing out there like this is the way things are supposed to be. Like, hey, this is what I saw. I don't know what it means, and I don't know if anyone knows what it means. But someone else has like got a degree or can like decipher it down. Super awesome. Super
Yeah,
cool.
I'll see what I can do. I'm just a guy from Chicago. I'm one of Chicago's finest. That's all.
Yeah, we know, and that's why I was.
So I'm going to switch gears. We're going to talk about the S&P, and then I'm going to go into some bond problems, and then we're going to finish up with a interesting read. So on Friday, the S&P 500 ETF saw the biggest single day inflow on record of 20.8 billion. This has never been seen. Total inflows last week alone hit 24 billion, also posting a new record. But wait, there's more. Yesterday, Monday, the SPY saw another 10 billion of inflows, putting the total at nearly 35 billion since last Monday. That's 35 billion in 6 trading days, or 5.8 billion per day in the SPY. But what I find very interesting about this is the gap. So the gap between the Mega 7 and the S&P 493, is what we really should call it, is now 63%. I'll read that again. The gap between the Mega 7, so Tesla, Amazon, Google, Nvidia, Amazon or Tesla, Microsoft, and there's one other one that I always forget.
Apple.
Oh, Meta or Apple. Yeah, sorry. So out of those, this year, the Mega 7 is up a massive 75%, while the remaining 493 companies are up just 12% combined. The S&P 500 is up 25%, more than doubling the S&P's 493 total return. In other words, the Mega 7 is up 3 times as much as the S&P 500 and 6 times as much as the S&P 493. Just 7 weeks ago, the S&P 493 was down 2% this year. Do you love the word narrative? I know I do, because it just keeps on getting better. So I'm going to speak the truth. You will never hear this. No banker will ever tell you this. No stockbroker else. They're never going to say this to you. And the housing industry are 2 of the largest taxpayer welfare programs on earth. There is nothing else that comes even close. Nothing. The S&P 500 now accounts for 35% of the entire index. The last time that we saw this level of concentration was in 2001. That was the dot-com bubble bursted. The Mega 7 are now approaching 100% for 2023. Someone need liquidity? Just a little? I mean, just a teensy little bit. They need liquidity. This is still lining up exactly for your dramatic rug pull. There's no other way around it. There is a dramatic rug pull that's going to happen. And you are going to see all of your blue chips, all of these Mega 7 stocks, you're going to see them all trading. Could you imagine if we MOASed and all of a sudden you were able to buy Apple at $33 a share?
Well,
Could you imagine?
it gets worse, James,
Oh,
because
please.
with the timing, you have the short sale transparency thing being implemented, and guess what happens when that comes alive? Oh, like in 1927 or
Nuclear bomb.
1929 and
Nuclear bomb.
1987, you
Nuclear bomb.
have the Wall Street crash. Every time a short sale rule is being implemented on the wide market. And it's like, well, oh, figure me that out. Everything that's being propped up in the Mega 7 and a rule that's coming for short selling. Oh, that's going to prepare, guys, that's going to totally protect short selling when they need liquidity. Oh, that's totally going to protect the markets because we haven't seen that before, right? Oh, wait. 1929, 1987, 2001, 2008, 2009. And now, wow. So we're witnessing 15 years later. Wait, what happened? Oh, Bernie Madoff, they paid victims back. Wow, that's interesting. That's what the timing. They gave them only $6,000 so they can put into the market because somebody needs liquidity. Wow.
Hey, get the goddamn money printer out. I want you to inject $3 trillion into the stock market. Just go. Not right now. Just shut up.
And the
Do
same
it.
year, they can't find missing funds in the Pentagon. Oh, but it's not 3.2 trillion, or was it 3.2 billion? It's something dramatic. It's something way more.
You mean the accountants or the CPAs that use, magic marker when they're going to write down numbers, and the Pentagon is saying, "Oh yeah, we might have just put this into some sort of, army contract, or we did some of the under the table dealings and threw this to Ukraine." What? No. Do I get my gold star?
Yeah, yeah. It's like what? How do you have? It's like 3.2 trillion is missing to funds being traced to Ukraine. Oh, I wonder where that went. Oh, it's total not money laundering operation. Nothing to see here.
So
Ice cream. Ice cream needs his ice cream.
you know what? Okay, I don't know how many played football up here in the panel, but I played. Whenever you scored a touchdown or you got an interception or you got a sack, you got a sticker on your helmet. Just because
Buckeye,
you.
baby. It was a Buckeye. We got a TR.
Okay, so that's what women should do with guys for sex. Honestly, if you do well, you get a sticker on your head. Thunk. It's the same thing that these government CPAs should be getting. They should get a sticker on their head for being able to hide the money.
They should be wearing a uniform representing every single bribe that they have obtained and their names on the tag.
Here's a
Every one of them
sticker.
should have a stamp on their ass from all these
Soon.
companies that they got bribed with.
Another sticker. Here's a sticker. But wait, as you have these problems with the S&P, we have some really bad bond problems. I mean, actually catastrophic bond problems, to the point where we're way past contraction at this point. But at the same time, you also have certain events that are actually going to make the bond market implode. I mean, dust. Nothing's left. BlackRock held 358.5 million of Country Garden dollar bonds. According to a filing date August 14th, Allianz position was 301 million based on a June 30th filing. This was also when filings from others, including Fidelity International and HSBC Holdings PLC, showed they were holders in the bond. The filing didn't necessarily reflect current holdings, as some might have changed since the documents were filed. and firms may hold bonds on behalf of clients. Rules on how funds disclose the holdings vary by country. Reporting holdings of banks may include those held at asset manager subsidiaries. Now, global creditors' fate in the focus of Country Garden sits on the brink of its maiden bond default. A missed payment by the China former biggest developer by contracted sales would send tremors through the country's debt markets, where offshore creditors have at times gone unpaid when cash was first to domestic peers. According to the filings dated April 30th and March 31st, respectively, 91 UK Ltd. And Apollo Asset Management Inc. also held country dollar bonds. Other banks with exposure include UBS, Ground AG, and JP Morgan Chase and Company. Based on the filings earlier this month, Deutsche Bank AG and I'm going to botch this, but Banque Lombard and CSA had positions according to filings dated June 30th. BlackRock, HSBC, Alliance, Fidelity, 91, UBS, JP Morgan, Deutsche Bank, Banque Lombardi Odier either declined to comment or didn't immediately offer comment. Apollo has yet to respond to request for comment. Now, Country Garden is a property developer. They were second to Evergrande and that division. So you have not only the Evergrande problem, but now you have Country Garden problem. And then you're going to have all the subsidiaries of both of those companies' problems. I wonder how many swaps are hidden in those bonds, in that entire crap. It is a nuclear bomb, an absolute nuclear bomb. And I wouldn't be surprised if there's more stuff than we know is the contracts, swaps.
The entire pension program of the United States is wrapped up in that.
James, did you see the current swaps total that I shared not too long ago?
Please post it up above.
I'll post it. Give me 1 second.
Yeah, you need to post that. In the meantime, while you're posting that, Buckeye, what do you got?
I lost my train of thought, but I had something that I was thinking. I'll get back.
Is it on the bonds?
Yeah.
Just trying to jog your memory, my friend.
Yep. Give me a few.
Gotcha. We're waiting on that.
Sorry. Since we're waiting, I was going to say.
Go ahead.
I was just going to give a commercial break for those.
Oh, we got another commercial break?
For this watching college football, UTSA covered.
Oh. Did they, though?
It depends on which line, but the current line was, I think, 5.5, and then some lines were 9.5.
Gotcha. All I noticed is that my little Christmas, elf or Santa decided to leave and then come back, and I don't know what happened. Cornelius, can I get a ho, ho, ho? Whenever he can come up. I just want to ho, ho, ho. Go ahead, Ed.
So it's posted up top. So this was a month ago. This is November 14, 2023.
Mm-hmm.
The swaps total was at 6.567 quadrillion.
told.
Now,
That's what's reported. We know reported means bullshit. Go on.
well, now when I'm looking at it right now, it's currently at 6.651 quadrillion. So it increased by 100 trillion the past month. I mean, if this is like the SPY being propped up with the mega. I mean, the swaps in general. I mean, you look at and by the way, all of this you have the USD, you have the euro, you have the Canadian. I mean, you have all these batched together. You
Can you
have
go
the
on?
IRS, you have the OIS, you have the bases, zeros, FRAs, VNS, inflation. That total, I mean, compared to the swaps, it's like crazy like nothing. By the way, IRS is at 1,859,000,000,000 compared to the actual aggregate total of the total swaps. They're only at 859 billion in USD equivalent.
Blech.
They don't even.
Blech.
It's
Blech.
crazy. They don't even touch trillion.
Let
Like
me
they don't
just
even touch
throw
a
up.
trillion. And yet we have 6.4 quadrillion in swaps. So you're talking about the financial fraud that's being used in the swaps market. This is where it's all bunched together. I mean, all of this stuff is all it's all in here. This is six. Remember when they said they couldn't pay us for MOAS? My ass.
Yeah, the
6.4
money's there.
quadrillion. It's ridiculous, man. It's ridiculous. I think it was like back in it was back in that calculation. If AMC was at like 10K, it would not even be near the Apple's market cap. If AMC just only hit 10K, it wouldn't even be near Apple's market cap. So, like, what the hell could the price go to? I mean, it's anybody's guess. I mean, at this point, if it's being shorted and the media is focused on it directly, who the hell knows, man? I don't even know what kind of price could go up to. I mean, we've seen with the whole FINRA on the FINRA exchange thing that the whatever, forgot what it's called, terminal that it was showcasing like 23K for AMC, 142K for AMC. That was back in 2021. I mean, who the hell knows what kind of price it could run to? I don't know, but
Hey, Ed,
it's
I got
certainly
something.
not 10K. It's certainly not something that small because that's
Ed, I got
complete
something
BS.
for you.
What's that?
I got something for you.
All right, you guys, I got 8 crates of Epicac from Mort, all on my tab. Now, whoever goes the longest without puking gets the last piece of pie in the fridge. Okay, here we go. How's everybody doing?
Good. Good so far.
All right, all right.
Nothing yet.
Cool, cool. You know, I don't know if you guys had any of that pie already, but that is some tasty stuff. That's from the bake sale that Lois was.
Ooh, one down. I know somebody who won't be having any.
I'm starting to feel funny.
Well, I feel fine. I guess I'm gonna.
Oh boy, that means I win. I get to eat.
Oh God! Why didn't anybody tell me?
Oh my God, my insides are on fire!
No, please, no more, no more.
Dad, I'm scared.
Get the phone. Call 911.
Lois! Lois! Lois, get in here!
Okay, okay. I think it's all gone. I think I don't want it. I don't want it. Peter, I need you to hold my ears. Oh, oh.
Who wants chowder?
All right.
That's everything that you're talking about. That's my feeling on it.
Yeah, like Edward, you mentioned 10K per share. So back in 2022, or we had 500 million shares of AMC stock. $10,000 a share would be $5 trillion. That's a fucking cakewalk compared to the amount of money that exists reported, and we're just talking about reported, and we're just talking about one market, which yes, it is the largest market in all financial markets, but is the OTC swaps, derivative swaps market of multi quadrillion dollars in this market of OTC derivative swaps reported. So unreported is probably in the hundreds of quadrillions, if not thousands of quadrillions of dollars that exist.
Of quintillions?
Quadrillions.
Yeah, well, maybe. Do we really know?
Yeah.
Now we're getting to quintillions.
Yeah. But
just imagine 1,000 quadrillions, just one.
But so for
count it.
the people who are like, oh, if AMC went to $10,000 a share, there's no way, there's not enough money in the world. That's bullshit, because that would become $5 trillion at the basis that I talked about. If it was a 500 million float, $10,000 a share, that's only $5 trillion. $5 trillion is spent by the Pentagon every year. They're
They
and
use that to wipe their
and they
ass.
lose it every year, and they can't be audited for it. They can't tell you where it went every year. So you're telling me that there's not enough money in the world to pay us, and that's if every single share sold at that time. But obviously, not every share is going to sell at the exact same moment. And it's ridiculous to say that, oh, there's not enough money in the world to pay for AMC to squeeze at $10,000 a share. Oh, actually, it could go for a lot more, and there'd be plenty of money around to pay us to get out of our shares when we decide that $10,000 is a great asking price.
Hey, Cornelius, do you know what? One thing that you said right there is that the money just vanished. What? It did vanish like a fart in the wind?
Yeah,
Evidently it
just
did.
gone. They have no
That stuff just
recollection of it. They don't know how they spent it, where it went. They couldn't tell you, and
It just went
we're not
poof.
allowed to audit them. We can't ask.
No,
We can't ask them
it
where it
just goes
went.
poof. But here, if they can go ahead and they can figure out a way to cover a quintillion-dollar swap, then you tell me how we can't go to the fucking stratosphere, to the fucking Pluto. Please explain
The
that to
money's
me.
there and then some. Like, everything will be just fine in the world. Like, not the status quo, but like, shit will go on. If the world will not end, it will not be fucking Armageddon Day. It will not be apocalypse fucking now. The world will go on, because all that will be happening is that money will flow to rightful fucking owners for once in fucking goddamn ever. It will actually fucking end up in the hands of people that fucking deserve it, and
Perfect.
and it's there. The money is there. Don't fucking worry about
People
that.
also forget that it's going to wipe out those who are against our stock. Those who are against our stock are many that are racketeering and colluding. And it's not just like, oh, one firm. No, it's multiple, and there's brokerages involved, there's clearing agents involved, and they're all in that risk. They're all taking that risk against our stock. And once they go down, well, the money that's in them is sifted back into our stock. That's what people don't realize. That's the transfer of wealth. It is the complete obliteration of criminals. Just complete obliteration. It's like, if you guys don't remember, like Lehman and all these other, all these people that went out, they got wiped out. KCG and all this other stuff. The transfer of wealth happened onto whatever was going on. I mean, what you guys remember what happened with Volkswagen? Same thing, but that
So
was controlled.
so the difference is that they got wiped out, but using my superhero reference, Batman always has a bad guy. So you're going to have this string of bad guys that crumble, and then here's the new set of bad guys that are going to take their place. But you know how the game is played.
Remember this too when they try to tell you, it will come to this, and when they try to tell you there's not enough money in the system to pay us, which is bullshit. They're going to try to sell you on the next new deal, the next big thing, and that's going to be the CBDC. Remember this. So when this shit starts to hit the fan, they're going to start to say, oh, well, to implement this exchange, to implement this volume of money, to implement this movement, we need to usher in CBDCs, digital currencies from the central banks to pay you. Remember that,
No.
because, yeah, it's a fucking hell no is what it is. Because what that does is it lets them wipe their balance clean and lets them issue your money, your payout for MOAS in a form of digital currency that they're just going to, like a fucking, like if you had,
Digitally
well, it'd be
print.
like, imagine this, back in the arcade game days, if you ever opened up the slot, the coin slot, and you could just press the lever and get all the credits you want. Well, that's what they're doing. They're going to open
God, we're
they're
old.
going to open the coin slot and keep pressing the lever to give you credits, but they're not actually putting money into the game. So that's what they will do with a CBDC is they're going to press the lever, they're going to add credits, but they're not going to be putting money into the game. Like we just said, there's enough money in the current system, the way that it is, even as flawed as it is, what it is, there's already enough money in the system, but they're going to sell you on the idea that they need to implement CBDC to go ahead and influx the system with the money to pay everybody, and they're going to try to put everybody on a fucking digital wallet and put everybody on a fucking digital this and that. You're going to have social credit scores and all that shit. We've already seen it happen in China.
Carbon footprint,
Yeah.
social credit
All that shit
scores,
will
all
get
that.
ushered in. That's a hell no. That is a hell fucking no, because, like I said, the money's already there. You don't have to change the fucking system. That's just them trying to cheat you one more time. That's just them trying to devalue the dollar more and more and more. Because once you do that, yeah, they'll credit us, but they're going to devalue the dollar so much, just like pressing that fucking button on the fucking coin slot without putting money in. They're going to give us credits without the actual money behind it. And so then all of a sudden, when we go to the grocery store and we try to buy a loaf of bread, it's not going to be fucking $5 anymore. It's going to be fucking $5,000. And you just got
So,
all that money from MOAS. You just got all that money from MOAS, and you're like, oh, well, that's nothing. But once it starts to add up, a $5,000 loaf of fucking bread, you just got fucked, because all they did was they changed the fucking game on you. They said, oh, yeah, okay, we're going to let you win, but we're going to usher in CBDC, and we're going to
let me
jack
get
up the
on the
we're
game.
going to jack up the credits without any collateral behind the credits. And now all of a sudden, a loaf of bread costs $5,000.
So, Cornelius, you said two things. I'm going to simplify it just a little bit. You paid in cash. You want cash back. And you can hold to whatever number that you want. Anybody that tells you or says a number, guess what? It's called price pinning. It's not real. They're trying to hold you from the price that you want. All you have to do is make a number. You can write it down in your head, whatever you want, because if they can cover quintillions in swaps, they can cover your MOAS. Cornelius sent me and a couple other people this, and this is what the government wants to do. If the Supreme Court rules in favor of the government and allows it to redefine income to include any unrealized appreciation in any asset, then it will grant the federal government a new power to nationalize the entire asset stock of the nation. In hyperinflation, the only refuge people have is the ability to hold real assets and never sell them. But if the federal government can claim unrealized inflationary gains as being taxable income, then almost all Americans will be forced to sell their assets just to pay for their tax liabilities. But with all assets up for sale at once, the most likely buyer will be the federal government itself, which will pay in near worthless paper. In one decision, the Supreme Court would have rendered the Constitution meaningless, effectively illuminated private property rights, and provide the federal government with a legal mechanism to pull off communist revolution without having to fire a single shot.
Yeah. So I actually haven't been following to see where that Supreme Court,
The court
where the court is
it
at.
happens. It happens 2 weeks after the New Year.
Yeah. So to put it into terms of what I was just saying. So you imagine you have the CBDC issued. All right. They go and issue CBDC. Well, what would be a great failsafe for CBDCs? Well, that would be having tangible assets. That would be having real estate. That would be having gold, things like that aren't a part of that system. So they are a store of value for you. They are like having a fucking huge lump of gold, and they have CBDCs is basically gold. Gold is going to be a store of value. Well, what this Supreme Court ruling could do is they could tax you on your unrealized gains of your asset holding. So whether it's real estate or whether it's gold in your pocket or whatever it is, they can come to you and they can make you declare all of your assets, and the monetary value would be declared, and they would say you owe us, fucking 50% or more, maybe, depending on whatever the fuck they decided as the government,
It's a make-believe
a
number.
make-believe number of tax revenue that you owe on your assets of unrealized gain. It's not from the sale of said gold. It's not from the sale of a said property. It is just from having it, just from possessing that asset. They would then be able to come to you and say, you owe us X amount of dollars. And if you can't fork up the cash, what are they going to do? They are going to repossess those assets from you and say that, well, it's mine now. Or they're going to come to you at a lowball auction and say, well, since you didn't have enough cash, I'm just going to buy those assets from you for a low ass fucking fraction of the value because you can't pay your taxes. So this is a Supreme Court ruling coming down in the near future, just before also they happen to be wanting to issue CBDCs, which also just so happens to be happening at the same time that a fucking 4+ million individual apes might be coming into a shit ton of money from a MOAS situation, which is another goddamn reason why you got to say hell fucking no, to CBDCs, hell fucking no to unrealized gain taxes. And yeah, sure, that would, yeah, they're going to
It would
sell,
spark
well,
a
they're going to sell
revolution.
it to you like, oh, the rich people have all these assets and they should be paying more taxes on their assets, and all of the fucking progressive left people, which I don't care what you believe ideologically, but fiscally, you should be saying fuck you to the government, of a progressive left government that wants to come and take your money, because they're only doing it as an overreach. It is not has nothing to do with equal equity to people, because all they're going to do is to decrease their liability in their own books. They don't give a shit about fucking feeding the homeless. They don't give a shit about putting a house over the homeless. All they want your money for is to cancel out the debts that they owe as their overseers over you. They don't give a fuck about you. They want you. They want your money and your assets so they can be powerful over you at all times. And they're going to use your sympathy card and say, oh, well, we're doing it in the good of fucking homeless. We're doing it in the good of equity among mankind. We're doing it in the good of all that shit. No, that is not true. What you own and what you possess is rightfully yours. If you haven't sold it into the system, you should not have to pay taxes on it. It is fucking bullshit. An unrealized gain tax is bullshit.
Can
So
you please share that court date and that information so we can rally a war party to inundate that for a no vote?
well, sure.
Also, remember that the CBDCs that they're gonna come in and say it's for the safety, it's gonna reduce risk, and all this other bullshit speech that they try to come up with to try to get citizens. Oh, we care about you, we care about the future, we care about the money, we're so green, we're ESG and all this other crap. And you know where that's from? That's from the World Economic Forum. That have been implementing their control, like in China, that's been basically their test area for implementing total control on the people. Here's the thing, though. when there's a saying like I work 9 to 5, and I'm waiting for the government to show up to help me. But when it comes for them taking my money through taxation, they're always there. Not when I need them, but when they want to be there. So it's like where are you in my life from 9 to 5, 40 hours a week, the standard, whatever. Where are you in my life when I'm in need of help? But when it comes to taxes, you're there. You're pushing yourself there. You're demanding stuff from me. But when I demand help, you're not there. You're gone. It's the same thing. This is this type of thing that you call grifting, or you call a complete, like, taxation is theft in general. But this is the sort of thing where you're like, huh?
Taxation without representation.
The
Well,
suppression of with money.
it's worse. All taxes are theft in general. They're all because you're paying to somebody who does not care about you. He's not giving any benefits to you. Why are you paying them? For what? It's not a service. It's not a good. It has nothing. It has no value. It's all of it is being laundered to a third party, a third country with its own foreign policies and interests that are funding the WEF and all these other, criminal, otherworldly crap that they want to implement control with, and their own agendas to be fulfilled. Has nothing. I mean, it's all being laundered from the people, away from the people, to their own foreign interests. That's literally treason. I mean, it's literally treason. And until people wake up and see what taxes have been done, I mean, it's all theft from the get go. CBDC is just another. I mean, it's the end. It's the end of it all. Like, that is when CBDC is implemented. I mean, the people say it's like China. It's worse than what's happening in China. You guys understand that with CBDCs, not only is it going to be putting people in like a prison cell financially, it's going to be connected. Like, what do you think they push the Tesla cars? Oh, electric cars are so good, but they don't show you that they're using literally petrol, gas, and oil to use these charge stations. It's the biggest scam in the world, apart from the taxes and stuff. The reason why they're using all this digital stuff, all the digital era, the electric era, all this stuff, energy, technology is so good. The reason they're pumping this up is because it gives them more control over the individual, over how they spend their money. I mean, CBDC is literally a financial imprisonment. Because where are you going to go? I mean, you guys see that this is like literally the biblical mark of the beast. How will you be able to buy or sell if they lock your account because you didn't like something that they said, or they didn't like something that you or you disagree with them on, or whatever? Like, if you don't worship their system, you're not part of it. You don't have access to buying and selling. It's literally a precursor to complete satanic worship. It's just disgusting. This is what it is. In general, in hindsight, CBDC is the precursor of that global elite control, and that's where it's coming to. People need to see that and resist that.
I'm trying to find this one video that I reposted because it is 100% truth. And it's about it's about taxes and with your paycheck. And I'm just scrolling through. Hopefully I find it here shortly because it's...
Can I say something while you're looking real quick, James?
Please go ahead, man.
Hey, Ed, no, you're absolutely right. In these systems of control, you can see them slowly being introduced into our society. When you go to the fucking grocery store and you have to walk through a turnstile like you're at the fucking theme park, and there's one way in and there's one way out, and there's a camera that is above you. And when you see that green box pop across your face, that is facial recognition technology. They have scanned your face and now they know who they're looking at. I am a carpenter. I'm a contractor. I go to Home Depot every day. When I'm working during the week, I'm at Walmart at sometimes when I have to pick up certain things, and I see it in every fucking area. I live in Colorado.
You made 600, cuz.
There we go.
Sorry, go ahead. Go
No,
ahead.
you find it? You find it?
Yeah.
Okay, no, you're good. I just wanted to say that. Like, Ed, you're absolutely right. They are slowly introducing these things and making them like okay. Like this is just business as usual. No. No, it's not. I can't fucking stand them. I want to break every one of them when I come to their fucking... I try to push through it. Like, I just want to fucking push through it. But yeah, this is the resistance. We are in fucking Zion, dude, fighting the fucking Matrix.
Here you go.
Oh my God, I made $1,000 this week. Nah, you made 600, cuz. Fuck you mean 600? Cause that's what you get to keep. You taking home $600. Cause we need 4 in taxes. Uh-huh. But what the fuck you taking $400 of my money for? Where does that shit go? The tax money we take from you is for the services of the people. You know what I'm saying? To provide for your health care and sidewalks and streets and just, basic shit. Oh, okay, I see. So y'all gonna use my tax money to make sure I'm good, right? No. Bitch, that's what you just said, though. Nah, see, now you fucking tripping, because I said that's what the tax money is for. I never said that's what the fuck we're gonna spend it on.
And that is the alarm. That is where you guys see that on the road. This is your tax money at work. My ass. Ain't no tax money funding this crap, because the roads, they are sure as hell as crap as a third world country is. Freaking potholes everywhere, cracked ass streets. Everything is a piece of trash on the road. Literally, there is not a single care has been. I mean, when they were first making the roads and cities and stuff, it was way good back then for some reason. But the maintenance, they don't care. They've not been doing. This is not, because you look at the companies that are running the projects. They're private
In my
companies.
projects.
They are private projects funded by government. They are not. They are not being funded by tax money. They are not. If they were funded by tax money, whoo boy, what do you guys think the total taxation is, the aggregate for the past century is? You know how different the United States would have been if that was actually what was being used? But hey, no, you get potholes, you get a bunch of trash streets, you get a bunch of terrible maintenance buildings. I mean, the whole country is a complete freaking failing apart. Looks like it looks like literally something from Ready Player One falling apart. You guys have seen Ready Player One? Like
Yeah.
the
How
sorry,
can we be the richest country in the world and Dubai looks like a jewel in architecture? Malaysia, Thailand, these countries look like just architecture at the top, and America gets fucking square boxes and fucking rat traps. It's beehives, dude. We are the cattle for them.
it's literally like if you've seen in the Divergent series, it's literally the city of Chicago. Like it's literally that bullshit where
That's really how
you're with
Chicago does look, by the way. Everybody that wants to know. I'm
It looks the same
fucking
here,
around.
brother. It's not no different. Where they are literally building them nonstop. These boxes with 400 units, 800 units, like little apartments. Like then, and they have right now they're for rent for $2,400 a month.
Oh yeah,
Like it's absurd.
Yeah,
I'm
and
gonna
when you go behind the wall or past the wall, you start to see freedom and you start to see the slavery for what it is. They try to put people in factions. Oh, lower class, middle class, upper class, right? Faction system, same thing in Divergent series. You have all the erudite, you have the you have all these faction systems that are putting, they say it's for the good of the people. It's for the order. It keeps the order in society. My ass, it keeps the order for a taxation scam. So they can you manipulate people and make them feel like they're living in a world, in a false world. It's a complete bullshit world. But once people start going out of the walls, right? Then it's a threat. It's a danger. You're divergent. You're a threat to the system. Why? Because you can't be manipulated. You can't be controlled. Guys, you need to watch those three series. It reveals the shadow government that's ruling behind the scenes. And when they go past the walls, guess what? It's another government that is trying to rule the one that's in Chicago. It's another piece of puppet that is being basically ruled, while the people, the council, as they call them in the film, they're trying to maintain order, and they're it's like the Elysium, the movie Elysium 2, with Matt Damon. But it's like the people who are very rich and wealthy and elite, they're trying to keep it all to themselves. These flourishing green forests, the perfect food, the perfect health, everything to themselves. But to the peasants, they give these broken cities, this LA and Elysium. You guys remember Elysium? LA is completely washed over. It's destroyed. It looks nothing like San Francisco in this current realm, but except for the buildings are completely washed out and they're destroyed.
Dude, does San Francisco have cannons shooting out all the homeless like into the ocean? I was just curious.
No, but no. When unless the unless Jinping is coming, then they have to clean the streets and make it look
Oh,
like
that's when the cannons come.
I
Gotcha.
Yeah,
think it's
they
alien
disappeared
abduction.
somehow. They
Yeah.
got rid of them somehow.
It's
Yeah, they
alien
sure did.
abduction now. All of a sudden, it's aliens. We got aliens fucking coming to town.
I'm going to read
oh
something to everybody because it is so pertinent. I wrote this last week. I get in these phases when I just start writing. And so I hope to make all of these into a book. And that's really kind of my ultimate goal for this. But imagine what would happen if Joe Biden's approval rating, if the stock bubble he inflated to the stratosphere implodes right now. With Jerome out of the game, Joe needed his Janet Tinkerbell Yeller to spread some magic fairy dust and make sure that the Bank of Japan didn't implode and bring down the whole house of cards. Fast forward, isn't this exactly what's happening? What Mr. Burns Powell did yesterday is not only an insult to Paul Volcker's legacy, but it is a clear statement that central banks have completely abandoned their goals of financial and monetary stability to serve a very specific political agenda that clearly doesn't have as its priority the well-being of future generations. Coming next year, we're going to have the US, the UK, and Japan elections, with 3 respective governments in charge dealing with one of the lowest levels of popular support surveyed in modern times. All they have left to hang on is the unbelievable stock market that they keep trying to use as proof as how good things are in one of the greatest efforts of brainwashing of the masses. I bet my left nut that they are aware a big institution is in a critical situation right now, and whom pays attention? The signs are everywhere. Treasury bills, market under pressure, now daily during the U.S. overnight hours, an unstoppable flow into the safety of money market funds out of the stocks that accelerated in the past weeks. Critical macro assets like the Japanese yen, affecting trillions of leverage, now swinging like Dogecoin. Overnight repo agreements spiking at levels that are multiples of what SVB, FRC, and Credit Suisse went bust earlier this year. For weeks, months, even, we have spoken many times about how the Bank of Japan actions denote an incredible state of panic. And now the facts that all other major central banks are coming to the rescue remarks how critical the situation is, greatly ignoring the fact that ultimately the population will bear the burden for all of these reckless actions. I'm confident that in a few hours you will see the ECB will do the same, because breaking the ranks now will undermine all efforts. For weeks, I've highlighted how bankers and money managers aren't investing their personal savings in stocks, but they are all pretty much in bills or treasuries. Ask yourself, why? Ask yourself why. Because I'm going to gain money by putting my money instead of a savings account that gives me no interest, but I can go ahead and put it into a treasury that's going to pay me 6% or 5.25% in 6 months. The banks don't have money.
It's just lofty short-term goals.
It is exactly. It is lofty short-term goals to go ahead and try and help this President Ice Cream, and his son Sprinkle come back into the office again, this time in November. I'm going to open the floor to questions that anybody may have. I know we went over a lot of stuff, but if you guys have questions, I'm going to leave it open for about 15 minutes, and then I'm going to play you a song, and then I'm going to give you my final remarks. So if you do have a question, please come up. More than happy to answer anything that you guys have. It's actually fun to answer questions. So please, if you guys want to come up and ask, the floor is yours.
I'm gonna ask a question to everybody here. Do people know who's running Joe Sprinkles?
It's the WEF. It's
Oh
the
no,
WEF.
it's somebody from within.
Ken
But sure,
Griffin?
but WEF is part of it.
His son.
No. Speaking of sprinkles, it's something with chocolate.
Is it Oreo? Oreo.
It also sounds close to Mamba.
Opa?
but it's like an anagram.
Got you.
It's a good one. That is a good one.
His name kind of rhymes with rock.
Dwayne The Rock
Barack
Johnson?
Obama.
Ah, ding 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 ding. Remember the
Tell him what he
words?
won,
What if
Johnny.
you guys remember his words? I'll post it up top. What if I could run a third term but not be known as I'm running a third term? Ha ha ha. Nobody would know. If I could just say the things in the person's ear, and just run things from my chair here. I'll post it up top, guys. This is who's it's the chocolate sprinkles that's running the presidency, not Joe Sprinkles.
No, but James was right. First of all, how's everybody doing tonight?
I'm doing great, my friend. How are
Good,
you?
good. Thank you.
Good to
I
hear.
missed you guys, but unfortunately, every time there's a space called something comes up, and then I end up like being on the phone talking to people in Egypt doing something that I end up being either too early or too late. So I miss you guys, and then I have to listen to it on repeat. And just to make you laugh, do you know how many times I've raised my hands listening to it as a recording? Wanting,
My favorite is, hey, can you give me a recap of everything that you
I was
talked about tonight?
since it's your favorite.
Ted is my absolute favorite, to be perfectly honest with you. I don't know who hit the mute button, but I will.
That was me on accident. Sorry, guys.
Gotcha.
Since you mentioned it, James.
Yeah, no, I'm not giving a recap. By the way, you can go ahead and listen to it.
I do.
I even put it on podcast,
No,
so
I
this
do.
way
I
you can go
listen.
ahead and listen to it that way.
I listen to. Oh my God, somebody broke it. My whatever. I listen to that one, even though it's very
Oh,
long.
I'm sorry, I broke it in your toy.
I've been listening to everything. I'm very anxious lately, and I'm in one of those moods again. So I definitely need to be grounded again. So
Oh, Bleach,
yep,
Bleach,
yep.
you
Where
need to
are you,
make. We
Bleach?
might need to talk.
No, but I'm very convicted, and I know that's gonna. It's a matter of very soon. I just want it sooner than later. Give me like 5 minutes. I'll be back.
All
Okay.
right,
I just
don't
want
worry,
to
Bleach will be back.
yeah.
So this way he can calm your ass
I
down.
can
All
handle
that.
I
So
can
you'll be
handle
good.
Bleach his response if needed.
No, Bleach always grounds me because I'm always like, it's not my conviction that's wavered. It's just that my expenses are not getting less. Everything has become so fucking expensive. Excuse my French, and it's just insane that like paycheck. It's not even paycheck to paycheck. It's monthly to monthly for me of money that gets transferred from Egypt with this fucking evaluation. The Egyptian pound jumped from 40 to 50 fucking dollars, 55 on the black market. It's insane. It's just I'm going crazy. So it's just my little 2 minute rant before I get back into this. But speaking of running
With
the
you, brother.
country,
With you. With you. You're not alone.
oh man, you don't understand. Anyway, back to what we're talking about. Yes, Barack Obama, I heard, is the one that's literally running as the de facto president, but
The puppeteer.
that doesn't mean he is not puppeted by the Grand Master, and that's what
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, that's correct.
yeah, and that is a fact. Yeah, and just like some people would say that Bush was running the country when Barack was in charge. So
Well, he was in a secret cult.
yeah, so it's the same trickling down theory would apply in this scenario because he had his hands in the dirt and whatever, and they were cleaning up Trump's things that he changed and all that crap and the ramifications of that, and that theory does hold water, but again, it's controlled by the symbols, the
Yeah, we'll get to that, but yeah, I have to interject for 2 seconds. President Bush is the only president that can actually make up his own words.
which one, big one or small one?
It doesn't
No,
matter.
just small ones.
It doesn't
He can
matter.
only do small
And he
words.
was and he was the only president that could probably like look around in a corner and stare at himself in a mirror and scare himself. But go on. Sorry.
Yep. And no, just the fact that these guys have been in there forever and they have their advisors and their advisors have their advisors and it's all part of this one big hierarchy that's controlled by the families. It's like, you know how like the Godfather was like the Tatalia families and the whatever, the all these
I'm making
fucking,
an offer.
it's
You
exactly,
can't
it's like that.
refuse.
It's the Kennedys, the Rothschilds, the whatever. It's the same shit, different, just different names. And it's become blatantly disgusting when Tucker Carlson came up and said how he was talking to the president of Canada, and he was talking about how Ukraine is not their issue, stuff like that. And he got a call from Ken Griffin saying that
You can't
can't
say
say that
that.
shit and everything. He had to retract it.
Oh yeah.
That was the amount of power that fucker has is scary and intimidating and annoying, and the fact that he's diversifying his money into all these assets and Antarctica and all that crap we keep hearing about it, and
Well,
Russell
and that's
Zuckerberg
why us
building.
speaking in these spaces is so profound, because we
Yeah, and
allows us to be
I'm
louder
sure
than
when
him.
I recap, I'm sure you guys are going to have touched upon all of that, and I'm sure I'm going to be educated even more. But it's jaw dropping how if I was to not pay a ticket, a parking ticket or whatever, they come and repossess everything that you own. Yet these people do billions of things and there's no accountability whatsoever. They pay fines and waivers and consents and all that stuff, and the fact that $6 trillion is missing from the Fed is ludicrous because like my theory said before, they have bailed out the banks. They have done 2008. They just didn't announce it. They have done that. They've already bailed out the banks. They've already bailed out a lot of things. They just haven't talked
They
about it.
just took the money from the fake money
So they
from
just
here and
they
moved it
printed
to
it.
the fake money over
They
here.
printed it. There was a $6 billion deficit from the money that they were sending Ukraine. They're like, oh, we found an extra $6 billion. Like, oh, excuse me. Yeah, because we overestimated on the budget. Like, what?
Yeah, sure.
Who like approves that shit? And and Congress,
Mm.
and the Congress is all these people have been receiving donations from he who must not be mentioned, and it's insane. Like it's Voldemort. Ken Griffin has become Voldemort. Like it's insane. Like
But
yeah.
But the one thing that you can do, the one thing that you can do is actually vote your constituents out. The people that are laughing at you, the people that are doing things that you don't want them to do, but they're just sitting there and saying, hey, I'm in power, so I'm going to do what the fuck I want. Guess what? You do have an ultimate power. It's called your vote.
Yes, James, and change is gonna come and all that kumbaya stuff. We will definitely try and do, but the thing is, it's such a cesspool, and it's designed in such a way like take a number type of scenario. Like by the time you change that motherfucker, another motherfucker comes in. By the time we rally the troops to change that motherfucker, another motherfucker comes in to clean up the shit of that motherfucker who did that mother. It's just you're clogged in this super big clog, and that's why America. Talking about roads, talking about infrastructure, talking about all that stuff. All the money goes into
All
wars.
bullshit.
All goes into wars and powering and stealing resources. And at the end of the day, it gets distributed among the select few, never trickles down to us through healthcare, through social services, through a betterment of our life. The joke that you put on with the guy with the 60% of your money going and stuff like that, continuing onto that, then you go buy products, you pay taxes on those products that you just bought, and then you pay capital gains on the money, anything that you've made, and then and unrealized and blah blah blah. It's demoralizing. Like it really is, and just it's even more demoralizing when they're getting away with it up until now. That's why I can't wait for this shit to explode in their faces. I can't wait to have our day. I'm so eager. I'm salivating. Like that's how much I want this change to come. I want to be able to give my children a better life. I want to move on from this crap that I've been in for so fucking long because of some greedy motherfuckers. It's killing.
Hey, Ahmad.
Yeah.
One day, sometime, hopefully soon,
Hopefully.
you will wake up and there will be a couple of
I
zeros
can't
in
wait,
your account.
bro. I don't even sleep to wake up. That's the idea. Like I'm staying in pre-market after hours
Well,
midnight.
make sure that you get sleep.
I do, but like I'm just saying, it's
Is
like
this like
I don't know if there's a wake up.
you're telling him that
Wait,
you're gonna kill him?
Zohan, wait. We have Ryan with a hand up, so
Yeah.
we're gonna go with Ryan first.
Sorry. Okay. Sorry.
You all done, Ahmed?
Yeah, I have to have my 2 minute rant when I come in every time. I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
he'll have his
Go
rant, and
ahead,
then
go ahead,
then it's time for you.
I'm sorry.
No. So questions, or just kind of my thinking.
Questions are
So
good.
there's a lot of money in the money markets, right? That's liquid.
Mm-hmm.
Supposed to be.
Do we we
Yes.
know and we know that it's pretty liquid. So and we know what I mean it better be. If I'm investing in a money market at my broker, same thing with AMC, right? And I go to cash out and you're saying no. Well, what the
It's all
hell? So that's
it's
pretty
all
it's
rehypothecated too, though, man. They put that money in
no, I
other
know, but
places.
it's still pretty liquid. If I needed to go to my broker and say I need 10,000 and I had 20,000 in a money market, I could get it in
Yeah,
4 days,
but what
right?
happens
So
if a million people just like you say the same thing?
well, no, I hear you. No, yeah, that's a whole different situation. But do we know? Because I know for a fact that there was a huge, huge population of the probably 60 to 70 that are wealthy that bought the shit out of treasuries, right? At
Mm-hmm.
these rates. I mean,
Of course.
that's a pretty damn
Like
good
Ken
deal
Griffin's.
if you're retiring and you can get 5% over 5 years on your money.
Mm-hmm.
Um, do we know that figure? Do we know how much money has been pumped into those treasuries?
The whole purpose of a treasury is to go ahead and give cash to the Federal Reserve. That's the
Yeah,
entire purpose.
you'd be basically your question is how much money does the Federal Reserve have, minus the
Correct.
liabilities.
Mm-hmm.
Well, yeah, okay. So it's pretty much what they are, because they'll tell you how much what they're putting out there, right?
Yeah,
Um,
how it works is basically the Federal Reserve is going to go ahead and give the banks treasuries in the form, and the banks are going to give cash. Now that also works on the opposite side.
The reverse
There's too
repo.
much cash at the Fed, if there's too much cash at the Fed, the bank is going to trade treasuries for cash.
so now my
Sorry,
question,
but
I
the
guess,
crazy thing
is
is that
Hold
the
on,
federal.
Ahmed.
Okay.
Hold on, Ahmed. Let Ryan finish, and then you can go.
so you have this money market, right? That's pretty
Mm-hmm.
liquid, and you got this treasury that's the not liquid. All right. I mean, if I buy a 10-year treasury, I'm trying to hold that to
Yeah,
10
you're
years.
structured in.
So where's that kind of dichotomy coming from, right? Because there's so much money in both, but yet we have all-time highs in all these stocks.
I'm
Like
going to make
I guess
this
I'm just lost.
I'm going to make this rabbit disappear. Poof. Did you ever see the rabbit?
Well, no.
That's my point.
They just removed Donald Trump from the Colorado ballot.
Well, the thing is,
Yeah, that
your
happened
money in
earlier.
stocks is not really on the same line item as the money in treasuries, so it's not the same.
It's not the same yet, Cornelius. We have all-time highs.
Right.
Of
That
course.
so that you have all time highs in the stock market, and they affect each other. But technically, if you're seeing all time highs in the stock market, you should be seeing treasury yields at lows, right? You should be seeing them in the all time lows. The
Shit.
interest rates should be low, but
Exactly.
it's not happening right now. So this is all working in a
Counterintuitive.
counterintuitive way than it should be.
So what you're telling me is this is not the way to run kind of an economy.
Absolutely
no.
not.
Perfect. That's kind of what I was getting at. Thank you.
You're very welcome on that one. Ahmed, what did you have to say? And then real quick, because Zohan, we got to get to him.
Small remark. First of all, just couple of ideas. First of all, each bank account is insured up to a certain number, 250 or 500, whatever it is. Everything above that is not insured, so that's number one, and that includes your brokerage accounts. Number two, the Federal Reserve is not part of the government; it's a separate entity that answers to no one. Number three, speaking out of experience, in Egypt, when we had all our problems, the banks put restrictions on how much money you can transfer or take out, and it was ridiculously low amounts. You were like literally entitled to like $500 a day at one point in time that you can transfer or withdraw, no more than that. And that's Egypt, but that does not apply to the U.S. But I'm saying I've seen that happen before when the shit hits the fan, and
That would
and all
be
of that's what I want.
austerity.
Like call it what you want to call it. It happened, and I was part of it, and I saw it with my own eyes. And they ask you questions when you try to take the money out. What are you going to use it for? Who are you going to send it to? Give me the details. Give me the bank details. Give me the names. What are you doing? And it's only if it's for education or immediate family members. You cannot do it for anything else. They had restrictions of the wazoo. And this is why we went through a revolution. That's why we went through all the crap that we went through and all that stuff in Egypt. But that's neither here nor there. I'm just telling you out of first-hand experience. But the main point that I was going to make, which I'm trying to forget, yes. So the seven stocks that are being pumped right now that are an outlier of the market, as for James, he just published something earlier tonight saying how these stocks made 85%, while all the other things are combined had made 15% or something like that. That is because all the money that has been rehypothecated through rehypothecation of rehypothecation has been backed by these Magnificent Seven. So if those, God forbid, were to go down and they would start getting margin called, they would cause a domino effect because you'd essentially start selling off the Magnificent Seven. And if the Magnificent Seven start being sold off, everything else will crumble. So the only way to do it was to keep pumping it up. And that's where the plunge protection team comes in through a coordinated effort
You're
with,
talking about a rollover.
what do you mean?
That's what it is. It's rolling over. So basically, they don't get margin called. They go ahead and take away from small caps to go ahead. And then that's why you see the Mega 7 go up and the vice versa of that happening. It's called the rollover.
Okay, and then the way they did it is like coming back to AMC. It became such a shit show that they realized now that the company's not going bankrupt and there's nothing that can be done. The only other scenario now is to make it so bad and it would affect so many things and so whatever that the government will have its hands tied, but will have to bail out these big institutions or these big lender, whatever they do it, somehow they will have to step in and back them up. So how does the
And
government
how
do
they do that, Ahmed,
that? Yeah.
it's not by a bailout because you still have a voice for that bailout. You don't want a bailout, period, because it ruins everything that you guys want. If you want that MOAS, you better not ask for a bailout. What they will try to do is do what is called a bail in. And then
That's correct. Or also, what Citadel's trying to do right now is get declared as a systemic risk organization where they get the what do they call it?
too big.
Yeah, the too big to fail status, where they get basically the guaranteed bailout by the government. So the government has essentially a liability insurance policy on the too big to fail institutions where they will subsidize some sort of a downfall for them in their balance sheets to a tune of X amount of probably trillions of dollars, probably.
Yeah.
Uh, can I ask something? You guys talked
Yeah, go.
a lot
No,
a lot.
Zohan, I was
Okay.
getting to you, but go on.
You guys talk a lot about us wanting money and us are being like criminals and we want to kill everyone. But think about what was. I understand the Palestinian plea. Okay, I
Hold
totally
on,
agree
no,
with
no,
it.
we're
I
not.
don't.
We're not doing that. Get rid of M security.
Okay.
We're not.
So what's the
No, we're
question?
not. We're not doing the nationalist politics.
Yeah, we don't have the time for that, man. Go on. Keep going. What were we talking about? Fuck
Yeah,
that
we
guy.
were talking about stock markets and we're talking about banks and failures and that sort of stuff.
Who was that?
Doesn't
Well, it
matter.
definitely wasn't it
Ahmed,
wasn't
repeat the
Adam
question.
Sandler's The Zohan. I can tell you that much.
Don't mess with us on, James.
Evidently I can't, but Bleach already took care of that one for me. So that was great. Bleach, thank you for opening your mouth. Do you have any words for Ahmed to calm him down?
I'm kind of waiting for you to be done because today,
You're
I
you're
got
hurting.
yeah. Now today I got
Okay,
some.
well, then for Bleach's sake, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to
No,
play you
no,
guys. No,
because
that's okay, Bleach. You're good, buddy. I
nah,
want you
because
to.
I didn't want to like ruin it, man. Because you know what? Like I got something for a man. Today I received like some a scenario that is like my nightmare scenario. You know
Okay.
what I mean? And 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 I gotta tell you something, man. This is why you don't ever see me be negative. This is why you don't ever see me talking down the company that I invested my money or anything that I have done. You know, I tell you all the time, and anybody that ever talks to me, if you are gonna be on something, you better know what the price was. See, today I just received that one of my uncles passed away.
Oh
I
man,
cannot
I'm
see him
sorry to hear
anymore.
that. I'm sorry to hear that, buddy.
I'm
It's
sorry,
okay.
Bleach.
It's all right because you know what? That's life. My
Yeah,
grandma
I'm
would tell me
sorry.
all the time, we were born to die. But
I'm
the thing
sorry.
is, for me, I've been working since I was 18 years old, always on my own. I never had a job. I always had a business. I always wanted to be successful enough that I can take a vacation. And, for years and years and years, it was just, living paycheck to paycheck, paycheck to paycheck, paycheck to paycheck. Finally, I started doing something good, doing something better. I started making money, a lot of money that I never thought that a kid from where I'm from could make, right? Then all of a sudden, I invested money into here. I started learning about the politics. I started learning about the stock market. But then one day, it came to a decision that had to be made. I was 26 years old, and I looked at myself in the mirror and I asked myself, what is the price that I have to pay for me to become something better? And the ability that I think I have is that I can talk to myself, not like a crazy person, but a person that's real subconscious. And it talked back to me, and it said everything. So I gave everything. When I come here and I talk, I always tell you, Ahmed, there's a price. I'm willing to pay that price.
I love you, buddy.
You took the words right out of my mouth, James.
Hey, hold on.
I had my button on mute. We love you, man. We really do.
And it's okay. And it's okay that I'm sad because
You have every right to be, bro.
I love that man very much.
Hey, Bleach.
He was
Can I
like a
give you
father
some?
to me.
Can I give you some words of advice? And I will tell everybody this story as well, just because. So my mom had stomach ulcers. I was 22 years old, and my mom basically went to the doctor. She said that her stomach was hurting her really bad, and so she went there, and all of a sudden they were moving her to a hospital, and we all were just like, "What the hell is going on?" Well, go to find out that my mom didn't have stomach ulcers. She actually had an 8-pound tumor in her liver. And so we found out that, it was stage 4 colon cancer. And when had the surgery, removed that 8-pound tumor. And within 3 days, that tumor was back and it was 14 pounds. From my time that my mom got admitted into the hospital, it was 13 days and she was dead. On her last day, I lived in a town called Wilmette, and my parents lived in a town called Northbrook. It's about maybe a 15 to 17-minute drive. And so I got the phone call saying, "Hey, mom isn't going to make it. You need to get here as soon as possible." I literally loaded up the missus. I loaded up my son into the car. I was driving down the highway going 146 miles per hour. I had 3 cops literally with their lights on following me all the way to my house. They tried to stop me when I was running into my house so I can say goodbye to my mom. And that was the only time that I've ever seen my dad, who I thought was the strongest. He never cried, never complained, was a worker. That's what he was. He always works. I call him a slave driver because he absolutely is. But he always worked, but I've never seen him cry. And he came to me and he looked and he was crying. And I said, if you need me to be that person for you, to show my brothers and sisters that here I'm going to be the one with strength, I'm going to do that. But I'm going to tell you, my mom is in a better place, and I promise you that. And I know that it's sad right now, but you need to remember the memories that you shared with him and how he made you the person you are today, because that's what will make you strong, my friend. I promise you. Know that he's watching over you. He is going to protect you in the most random cases of circumstance that you will have. And just as a perfect example, what happened to me this past April when somebody shot at me while I was driving. I swear to God, Bleach, that bullet should have hit me right in the center of my back. And I can tell you, it missed me by 1/4 of an inch. And my mom was watching me. My mom had a shield around me. And I swear that now. But I always remember the good times that I had with my mom. And she would want me to be strong, just like how your uncle will want you to be strong, my friend.
You know something, James? Because like when I got the news, it was like 11 o'clock,
Mm-hmm.
and the thing is that my pain doesn't really come from like him being away or lost, because I'm telling you, I'm very close with my family,
Mm-hmm.
especially the ones that come from over there. I'm not sad about that. I'm sad just so I can keep going. That's who Bleach is.
Yeah.
Just regardless, if you hear me here being sad, I'm a human being, and that's okay. And nobody is gonna use that against me, because the reason I'm sad or I might be crying, I always cry to keep going. And let me tell you something that I heard a long time ago, and that's what I'm gonna tell you, Ahmed. Every time I get to a place that I'm like this, I go into my pocket and I look for things that made me survive back in the day when I was homeless, when I was doing things I'm not supposed to do. There was a man, there was a guru, right? That this kid was watching. He used to go to the beach and talk to people. This kid will see this guru talk to all these people, and these people will listen to this guru, right? So the kid goes one day and asks this guru, hey, man, what is it that people listen to you? Why you're so successful? Why you driving this nice car? Why you have this nice home? And the guru tells the kid, hey, you really want to know what I do? Meet me tomorrow at 5 a.m. right here at the beach, right? So the kid, with all the enthusiasm he had, he woke up. He was there at 4:59. The kid, the guru was already there waiting for him, right? So then they say, okay. The kid says to the guru, now I'm here. Then the guru says, okay, let's take a walk. He takes the kid down, like that, down the beach until they go to like waist high, right? And the kid's looking at the guru and says, now what? The guru grabs the kid and submerges him down the water. The kid is over there struggling to breathe because the guru is basically drowning him. Then the guru brings him up, right? And asks the kid, as soon as he brings him up, what did you want when I was bringing you down? And he says, I wanted to breathe. So if you want something, Ahmed, or anybody, you have to want it
as badly as you want to breathe. Because I'm telling you, there is no other way. It's you against them. What do you have against them? That's why I do not like when anybody talks about anything that I have that is mine. My company, my CEO, my board, whatever it might be. It's what I have. And I'm going to fight as bad as I want to breathe until the end. If I'm wrong, then let me be wrong. But let that be the end. We're not at the end yet. But yeah, you see things going on all around the world. Things that people are going through like me today. But that doesn't matter. Why? Because it already happened. I cannot do anything. I'm still stuck. But guess what? That doesn't make me give up. This pain is just levitating me from the ground. Even if I fucking sound sad, I'm telling you, tomorrow I'm gonna wake up stronger. Why? Because I know what James said is true. I already lost my grandma. I lost one of my other uncles 2 years ago. Now I lost another one. I didn't get to see 3 of them before they passed away. 3, because I wasn't successful enough. So now I'm the one paying that price.
Bleach,
And I tell you,
Bleach, if you need anything, man, please don't hesitate to ask.
James, the only thing I want from people is for people to finally understand.
No, I get that, man.
There is nothing that we can do. This is the only chance. And I know some of you are very successful. And I'm really happy about that. Trust me. I'm a person that I'm genuine to the heart. I'm fucking happy that everybody, and I'm not saying that I'm not successful. It just says that I'm not successful enough, James. I cannot leave my business to anybody, not even to my father. That's the reason that we are the way that we are.
Yep.
Because nobody can be together. Everybody always has to have a problem with your opinion. No, you know what? I'm sick and tired of people arguing over politics, calling left or right. These people are supposed to be fighting for you. Yeah, you're here arguing over them. And they're over there making themselves rich, going on vacations. During COVID, they were throwing parties as people's parents were dying in hospitals, and they didn't get to say goodbye to them. If these people were doing this, and we're still here arguing over left or right, the only thing that you and me have, and the reason that we're here together still, is AMC. The day, and I swear to God, that even if I die, this is recorded. I tell you this, if the day that the apes finally get together and start singing the same tune, that will be the day the fear really is going to come to the 1%. Until that day, I don't want to hear from anybody that I'm scared. You know, you fucking put your money on this. That was your fucking decision. Nobody told you to do that. Just like me, I put fucking a shit ton amount of money into this. But that was my decision. Nobody told me to do that. So you know what? If this ends badly for us, we took the risk. That was the price that you were willing to pay.
We sure did.
And the one last thing I tell you is that people, life, it goes, man. One moment you're here, the next thing you're not. And I hope to God that we can all listen. I'm a little bit sick, so that's why I even sound even worse. But you know something? I told you that I was sick at the beginning of the call.
Mm-hmm.
I get this news. I get sad, and now I'm rejuvenated. I'm fucking happy. You know, my uncle, he's gonna be wherever he's gonna be. One day, if anything, we'll meet. You know, but until then, I still have to be here, carrying the cross and thanking people like you, James, Edward, anybody that's fighting for the company that I invested my money in. Anybody that's fighting to get knowledge to people, to make them understand. Please, let's become listeners. Don't pretend that you know everything. Become a student. Become a student. That's what you need to be. When the day that you become a student, that's the day that you're not going to argue with nobody. You're going to take everything in. Just like I try to do. Every time I'm here, I listen. Every time I'm in a space call with you, James, I don't really talk. Why? Because I'm trying to absorb everything in like a sponge. That way I can dissect it later.
Bleach, I love you, man.
And I love you guys back. I do. And I trust me. Every single one of you, you guys have to come up and let your story be heard. Because one day they're going to be playing these fucking clips. They're going to say, look at these people, man. They were fighting to the very end against the fucking goddamn system that the game that they play. That game is a serious, dangerous fucking game. And we came onto this shit. We didn't know what the fuck we coming into. And look at what we got. And if you don't believe that you have done something, please go back in time and fucking ask yourself, when have they ever revealed anything to the public like the way they're doing now? They're doing that because of you, making noise, learning, putting things out there. Please become more of a fucking advertiser for your company. Advertise your company. Anybody that talks to, tell them that you eat fucking popcorn from AMC 24/7. That's what I tell everybody. What fucking do you eat? I eat popcorn every day. What's the secret on that sauce? Oh, the secret is that melted butter from AMC. I swear to God. You know why? Because I am devoted to this shit. And this is the one shot that I got. And regardless of how many businesses I can open, it doesn't matter. I'm telling you, this shot right here is the reason I'm willing to pay the price. Because my grandma, my uncle, and my other uncle, they passed away. And the uncles that I still have left, that I don't know who's coming next. I don't know who's coming next. But you know what? I'm willing to do it for all of us. Because Bleach, I work for my last name, not my first name.
I love you, buddy. This is for you.
They used to tell me. I hope you learn to make it on your own. And if you love yourself, just know you'll never be alone. I hope that you get everything you want and that you chose. I hope that it's the realest thing that you ever know. Hope you get the pretty girls that's pretty at everything. $1,000,000 cribs, having $1,000,000 dreams. And when you get it all, just remember one thing. Remember one thing. That one man could change the world. That one man could change the world. All I wanted was $100 million in the bag, chick. Imagine this a month so nice it felt like that I had it. Back on the mattress, staring at the ceiling, trying to connect the dots, but it's all making those attachments. I'm talking dreaming so hard, so nice it felt like draft day. You know, my stepbrother used to flip them bags outside the crib like it was trash day. No Kim K, but he bagged, yeah. But when you get it fast money, slow down, don't crash. With all the drive in the world, swear you still need gas. Look, think about it. Close your eyes, dream about it. Tell your team about it. Go make $1,000,000 schemes about it. Success is on the way, I feel it in the distance. Used to look up at the stars and be like, ain't too much that's different. I be shining, they be shining. Get you one shot, don't you miss it. What you know about waking up every day like you on a mission? And I hope you learn to make it on your own. And if you love yourself, just know you'll never be alone. I hope that you get everything you want and that you chose. I hope and that's the realest thing that you ever know. Hope you get the pretty girls, it's pretty and everything. $1,000,000 cribs, having $1,000,000 dreams. And when you get it all, just remember one thing. Remember one thing. One man could change the world. One man could change the world. My grandma told me if you write your name in stone, you'll never get the white out. I grinded out that black hole, then performed up at the White House, standing next to Jim Carrey. We traded stories, then laughed. I said, you're not the only one I know got rich wearing masks. Where I'm from, I swear they broke. They need way more than the cash. We need more than what you have, and then we need more than that. But how I'm supposed to say I'm tired if that girl from West Virginia came up in conditions that I couldn't survive? Went to war, came back alive. On top of that, became a female black captain. When being black, you had the extra try. Way before James Brown made us proud. She bought a crib on the same street as Marvin Gaye, right there on how to drive. And she taught me how to drive. And she raised the kids, then the kids' kids. And she did it right. Taught me how to love, taught me not to cry. When I die, I hope you teach me how to fly. All my life you've been that angel in the sky, saying I hope you learn to make it on your own. If you love yourself, just know you'll never be alone. I hope that you get everything you want and that you chose. I hope that it's the realest thing that you ever know. Hope you get the pretty girls, it's pretty at everything. $1,000,000 cribs, having $1,000,000 dreams. When you get it all, just remember one thing. Remember one thing. That one man can change the world. One man can change the world.
Thank you for calling me. They're thinking about me.
That's all good. I love you, Grandma.
Bye.
Everybody, we need to band together to go ahead and defeat this evil that we're going up against. We need to all do what is best for not just ourselves, but for the better of this community, this family. We are an ape family. We are an ape community. We are only as strong as our weakest link. No matter what, if we go ahead and we band together, especially over this holiday season, and we go ahead and we crush it at the box office, we go ahead and we see movies. I don't care if we see them one time, two times, three times, four times, it doesn't matter. But if we can all band together during this holiday season and just go and crush attendance, go and buy stuff at the concessions, go ahead and make sure we blow out all the numbers. So when we have our quarterly earnings, we knew it was during this span that we were able to go ahead and make our company, as Bleach says, it's our company great. I'm grateful to all of you, every single one of you that are in this room, that have been in my space calls, that have come up to contribute, to go ahead and give your information and give your knowledge, and understand that everybody needs to gain knowledge, because knowledge is power, and that's what your enemy does not want you to know. If they know that we know, they're in the worst position that they could possibly be in. We've gone over a lot tonight, and every bit of information that was portrayed in this space is knowledge for all of you, for all apes everywhere. And this is for them to learn, because they're not going to hear this. You have other platforms, you have other ways to go ahead and garnish information. But if we can all band together as one, we will win this war. Period. Ahmed, Edward.
Bleach, I just wanted to let you know, man, we love you, and that was really felt. And I guarantee you, we've all gone through a very similar circumstances, and it's very motivational what you said. But the one tiny thing, if you allow me to remark about what you said, when you blaming yourself, saying you weren't there because you weren't successful enough, get that shit out of your head, man. Please don't say that. Please don't say that. Please don't say that. Please don't blame yourself. Please don't be hard on yourself. It is what it is, and please don't say that. If you allow me to tell you that, that's it.
Go ahead, Ed.
I like what the song that you played
I
said.
can hear Ed.
Oh no, it's the co-host bug?
I hear Edward.
I hear Ed.
I hear him too.
I can hear him. I haven't heard him in a while, I think.
Did you hear me, Bleach?
Oh no.
Yes, I did.
Okay, good.
Can you hear me, Bleach?
If not, don't worry, Bleach. I'll catch it on the recording and send it to you. Go ahead, Ed.
So James, what you played in the song and the words is one man can change the world. Well, one man already changed the world. 2,000 years ago, one man changed the entire world. the entire course of history. His name is Jesus. And if you guys know, the name Yahweh, it's the very breath you take. It's the very breath every single human takes. Hence, God breathed and man came alive. So remember, the very essence 2,000 years ago of what Jesus came and to show just one man did change the world. And if that one man changed the world, in that same power, what can we do when we are together in the same spirit, in the same love, in the same unity? And with God, all things are possible. For man, it's impossible, but with God, all things are possible. So don't be discouraged by things that may seem impossible in our current world. Oh yeah, the enemy may make it look like we're losing, may maybe look at like it, structured it that way, right? But that same thing that happened 2,000 years ago, it was the same exact way. It looked like the enemy won on the cross until 3 days later, Jesus rose from the dead, and then victory was given to the one who created it all, God Himself. And He's living, He's alive, He's not dead. And they could tell us all day, every day, our stock is dead, that our stock is useless, that it's there's no victory in it. But guys, that victory is coming. Satan and his lies and his puppets, they can lie to us every day. They can use whatever sort of tactic, whatever scheme they throw at us. But remember, we can do it. And we will do it because He already came and conquered it all. Just remember that. There's nothing, there's nothing ever in any day for me that ever shows me we've ever lost. And that's where I'm gonna end there. God conquered it all. He did it. And in that same way, we will be able to do it.
I want to thank the panel. I want to thank all you guys for coming up and asking questions and being there for one another. I promise you all I'm going to work harder now just because I'm going to make sure that we're not going to lose no matter what. And I promise you all I will be here until the very end, and I will be here afterwards. And I will be there for any ape that needs any type of assistance on where you need to do what you need to do, where to put your money, how to go ahead and divert certain things. So this way you guys are protected. I will always be there for every single one of you, no matter what. And I promise you. I thank you all for coming. I thank you all for being here. Royal, you have the last word.
There's no bigger army on the planet of Earth right now. United in one voice and one cause. Look that up. See it for yourself. Do the math. We DD. Thank you. Thank you, James.
You
Bless everyone.
guys have a wonderful evening, and I'll see you all again on Friday.